I, Zenaida Rosario, the president of the governing board, call the June 5th, 2025 regular board meeting of the San Ysidro School District to order at 5:02 p.m. Before we begin the roll call, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be done today by headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset, and our translator today is Pablo. Thank you. Number 2, roll call. I will now ask our superintendent, Dr. Potter, as secretary to the board, to conduct the roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everyone. It's great to see all of you. Welcome to our board meeting. Agenda item number 2 is roll call, beginning with our board president, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario.
Present.
Our board vice president, Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Our board clerk, Mrs. Irene Lopez.
Present.
Our board member, Mr. Martin Arias. I know he's on his way, so he's not here just yet. And our board member, Mrs. Kenya Peraza.
Present.
Madam President, we have a quorum of 4.
Thank you. Number 3, the agenda. For agenda item number 3, I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the following correction. Full general administration agenda item 13.6, temporary classified management contract, offer of employment for child nutrition department coaching.
Madam President, I'll second.
May I have a minute? Okay. The motion?
Motion, you make the motion?
Yes, in a second.
Ready to vote.
Ready to go. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Vote passes 4-0. 4, public comment or communications on closed session items. Do you have any? None. We do not have any public comment for closed item sessions. 5.1, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators. 5.2, Government Code Section 54957. 5.3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to recess closed session at 5:03 p.m.
I'll second it. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 4-0. We are now going into closed session. Before we begin open session, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be done today by headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up the headset and audio from the back. Roll call. I will now ask the superintendent and secretary to the board, Dr. Potter, to conduct a roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President, and welcome everybody to our governing board meeting. It's wonderful to see all of you. We are on agenda item number 7, which is roll call. So Board President, Mrs. Zanata Rosario. Board Vice President, Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Board Clerk, Mrs. Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board Member, Mr. Martin Arias.
Present.
And Board Member, Mrs. Kenya Peraza. Present. Madam President, you have a quorum of 5. Oh, and I believe the time for Mr. Arias to arrive was at 5:14 p.m. All right, thank you.
Now we will ask Justin Minen Patriarca,
Madam President, I think actually, yeah. You're right.
to come and lead us in the flag salute. 5th grade student from Ocean View Hills.
Good evening. My name is Justin Lynn Patriarca. I am a 5th grade student and attend Ocean View Hills School. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin.
Photo. Good. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Number 9, more recognitions, distinguished champion awards. Mr. Bojorquez will lead us this segment.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Potter, distinguished guests. It is an honor for me to start distinguishing today for the Distinguished Champions Award, and I will ask Ms. Erika Mesa from Ocean View Hills Elementary to recognize the students in the safety patrol. Ms. Mesa.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So, good evening, President Rosario, Dr. Potter, and esteemed board members and guests. My name is Erika Mesa, and I'm the principal from Ocean View Hills. Tonight, I would like to take a moment to shine a spotlight on a truly exceptional group of students who have gone above and beyond every single day to ensure safety and the well-being of our school. Our Ocean View Hills School Safety Patrol team represents the very best of what leadership, responsibility, and service looks like in our students. These young leaders selflessly dedicate every morning, every afternoon after school. Thank you to their parents as well, because they have to get up extra early, pick them up late. So I really, really appreciate all of their hard work and dedication to making our school a safe place to be for all of our students. So definitely their commitment does not go unnoticed, and that's why we are here tonight. For the 5th year in a row this year, with the exception of the COVID year, otherwise it would have been 6, they have won 1st place in all of Southern Division. So a big round of applause and congratulations. And for the first time in Ocean View history, we placed 2nd in all of San Diego County.
Wow.
So we are. And the recognition does not stop there, because for the first time ever, we had one of our students in over 3,000 kids placed one of 2, only 2 lieutenant colonels.
Wow.
And definitely, none of this would be possible without our safety patrol coordinator, who we will also be recognizing, along with our police officers that come to our school daily to make sure that our students are providing, a safe space, but also making sure that they are safe themselves. So I'm going to start with recognizing our students. So first up, we have Miss Sky Adir. Kevin Ahokpa. And we did.
This way. Congratulations.
Aiden Bartoli.
Every day.
Sofía Cenicero. And you know what we'll do is, you can get your trophies, your certificate, and then we'll go out the door. So that way you guys aren't crashing into each other, okay? I don't. Yes, outside for the group.
Congratulations.
Yeah. I don't Covarrubias. Look at, I just went against what I said, I'm sorry. I'm not following directions. Casey Escobar. Go ahead and allow your trophy first. Trophy. Di Mariana Fallon. Romina Gonzalez. Francesca Haven. Ariana Moreno.
Congratulations.
Janessa Moreno. Twin. We have two sets of twins. Ariana Murillo. Leo Navarro. Victoria Sanchez.
Congratulations.
Nicole Trujillo. Hold on, Nicole. Here, Nicole. Victor Villanueva. Daniela Pendejas. Here comes the other twins. Isabela Pendejas. Sophia Cochet.
Congratulations.
And our first Lieutenant Colonel of Ocean View Hills from over 3,000 students, Justin Patriarca. And again, as they mentioned, none of this would be possible without the help and support and dedication from, again, our police officers and our staff. That again, there's no stipend for this, so maybe we can work on that, but Miss Marely Navarro. Officer Danny Lopez. And Sergeant Sal Gonzalez. Again. If nobody wants the mic, I can stay up here. We can keep going. No, I'm kidding. No, so I don't know. I couldn't.
I think you just leave it there and that's pretty long.
Can I say? Yes, of course, of course. Thank you. Oh, there you are, Mr. B.
We have
I just want to say thank you so much, Ms. Erica and Ms. Villanueva, the mom, and all everybody who has done this happen. I'm a mom in Ocean View Hills, and I see them every day, more, and I'm always kind of late. So they're there every day, mornings, afternoons, and they're great. I get nervous sometimes, but I'm like, I need to stop. So thank you so much for everything. This is a great thing for kids to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
They're not leaving, taking a picture. Our next distinguished awards from Vista del Mar Middle School, track and field team. Ms. Ceballos, principal, will be presenting.
Good evening, Dr. Potter, board members, San Ysidro staff, and community members. I'm really excited to be here. I'm gonna start off by saying that the OVH students came to visit us today, so I got to see some future sharks. So I was really excited to see them this morning and then see them back tonight. Okay, so what a phenomenal season. Our VDM Sharks dominated once again in the 100-meter, 200-meter, 4x100-meter relay and long jump. At the final meet at Eastlake High School, our athletes medaled in 7 out of 14 events, with most runners achieving personal records. Your hard work, students, dedication, and team spirit truly shined. Well done, Sharks. A big thank you to Coach Kempe for her incredible leadership and support throughout the season. We will be distributing certificates to recognize each athlete's hard work and achievement. Go Sharks.
Well, thank you so much, board members and parents that are here, community members, for recognizing the team. I like to tell them that this is the hardest sport that we have, and it is the central sport in being better in every other sport. We run Monday through Thursday, and we had a track team of 33 runners that race for Vista Del Mar. And of course, we are doing very well competing against middle schools that are 4 times larger than us, such as Bonita Vista, Rancho Del Rey, Eastlake Middle. So for us to have so many runners that were in the top 10 and in the placing in the first, second, or third and taking in medals in the 7 out of 14 events, that is incredible. And I couldn't do this without my assistant and peer colleague, Mrs. Watson. She couldn't be here tonight, but I want to give her a shout out because she is a 6th grade teacher and she helps us do with the recruiting to get them ready, the 7th and 7th graders ready for racing. So without further ado, we're going to introduce Pedro Cano. He's the 7th grader. Okay, and now I have to do a little special announcement for this person. This is the fastest female runner in the South County, one of the fastest. She is first place in the 100 meters. In 13.49. So congratulations, Shabil. She was also nominated for athlete of the. Okay, the next one. So don't forget Shabil, because you're gonna hear that name. And then another person you're gonna hear, this is an 8th grader, Kiana He. Kiana He ran cross country and track. Just a little extra on Kiana. She is going to Modern Day High School. She has broken all the school records in the 400 meter, 800 meter, and 1600 meter of the students who are now running varsity at San Ysidro High School. Wow. I'm gonna miss her. Okay. And the next one, 7th grader, Giselle Garcia. She's the up and coming for my cross country. Come up here, Giselle. Giselle also, she started as a 6th grader and she was so good. I said, okay, and she did so well. I'm running this past year cross country and track. Part of it is because she does also gymnastics. She's got a good core. And she placed 5th in the long jump. So I'm very excited to see what she can do. Okay. And next one is another seventh grader, Paulette. Paulette, come on up. Paulette also ran cross country and did track, and she's very strong in the sprinting. Very excellent. And another seventh grade, Jay Tolliver, come on up. Jay did excellent. She did excellent in cross country, really helped us out. And she's a really good sprinter also. So we got a lot of kids that they're very good in both sprinting and long distance. And then the next person, Ashley Gotcher. Ashley, a lot of these are my own science students also and added. Excellent students. They're very smart and they're so disciplined in their running. But Ashley, excellent and helped us out a lot in the track season. Hopefully we'll see her in cross country. Okay, and the next person, another seventh grader, Rihanna Lee. Rihanna also ran cross country, even one of our top 5 boys. And we hope that he will return in shape, right? For cross country. We lost some people to football, but that's okay. We'll get them back. All right. And who's behind? I can't see. Okay. And now we have Susanna. Susanna is an 8th grader. Susanna, why should I be here when I only raced one race? Susanna came off the soccer field and came and raced 2 miles during cross country, and then went on to another soccer game. That's how she was. So Susanna helped us out a lot. Okay, Susanna, and I thank you, and I will just. Another 8th grader. I don't want to cry because these guys are great kids. Come over here, Adam. Adam says hi to me every day during classes. Adam also did cross country and then helped us out in the last track meet. And Adam, he goes, Miss Kempe, I will run the 1600 meters for you. And it is tough because it's very competitive. A lot of these kids that are in the top, they're going to go straight and run varsity in high school. Wow. So the times are that good. And I appreciate Adam, you said I will run the 1600 meter because that says a lot about your character. And you ran the cross country and you never quit. And you said, I'm never gonna be last, Miss Kempe, that you're sure. So we have a 7th grade girl. Sophia came to us mid-season, so she didn't do cross country. And so she came in while we were already conditioning and running. You guys probably see us around the neighborhood, already running like 3 miles. So Sophia worked day after day after day and just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's what makes me love this so much, because it's like what you see in the classroom. You know, you keep practicing and practicing, you're gonna see improvement. And that's what Sophia did, and she did really well. And you ended well with a PR, right? Yes. And then now with another 7th grader, Xander. Xander also came in mid-season and really helped Vista Del Mar. And Xander also is doing really well. And I hope to see Xander. I hope to see you for cross country. All right. And here we have another 8th grade. So this is like so special. I told the 8th graders, make sure you're here. 8th grader, Giovanni Leon. Giovanni, he was on the basketball court and I saw how fast he was. And I said, Gio, you need to come and at least run with us and come race for Vista Del Mar. And I just kept on him. And finally he came out and he did well, and he improved the next time. And he was helping us with the sprints and in the 4x1 100 meter relay. So thank you, Gio. And then another 8th grader. Elijah, I actually had him as a science student too, so he also ran cross-country and track. And Elijah has improved so much, and I hope, Elijah, you're gonna run in high school, because you've done it incredible, incredible. Okay, so you gotta keep it going, and I'm very proud of you. So come on up. Elijah, he's also part of the boys and the girls 4x100 meter. We actually had so many, every kid wanted to do a relay. We actually had a team A, B, C, and D. Remember the kids go, you have a team D? And I go, yeah, we have a team D. Okay, and Elijah is also on they got second place. So both boys and girls, our team A's, got second place overall. And this guy, Braylon, 8th grader, come on up. Brayton Randall, this guy, okay, you were running and yes. You got to spin him here because I had a few things to say because he was consistently placing first, second, or third. He ended up third overall in the 100 meters. He second place in the 200 meters. And he also took the school, well, you and Damien kind of went back and forth on the long jump, but extremely well. Like just the incredible improvement and where he is. You were like the dark horse, the secret that came out of the gate. Okay? And so I'm hoping to see great things from you in high school. Okay? I'm not gonna lie, but a lot of these students are avid students, okay? That individual determination, okay, and another 7th grade avid student, also a runner. Joel, come up here, and I'm hoping Joel is gonna be. We did both cross country and track and field. And Joel is one of the 7th graders that stayed in the track and did extremely well. This guy, he was running, he's running the 400 and the 800. He was also doing the 4x100 relay. He's extremely, like very good and improving. And in the top 5 of the cross country that we're scoring. So we're gonna looking forward to next year. And then I have another 7th grade avid student, Nathan Flores. Nathan, come on up. Nathan also did cross country. He was in also one of the top 5 in scoring. So I'm looking forward to the cross country season in the fall. And he joined us, came off the football field and joined us in the last meet, helped us out. And he also ran the mile, the 1600. So extremely well and looking forward to cross country. Thank you, Nathan. Okay, so we did have 33 in total, and I guess I'll just leave this with you guys. Maybe you get the other. All right.
And last but not least, the
Anyway, thank you everybody for supporting us and for all my fellow teachers that always honk. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh. Outside.
I'm gonna leave that with you
Okay,
guys.
great conversation. Great talk.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on with the presentations and recognitions, I would like to present to you our Director of Human Resources, Mr. Efrain Burciaga, who will be presenting the next 3 years.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. So I think we should probably give an award to Dr. Potter for making the 7th and 8th graders smile so much. Never seen me smiling. So next, we're going to honor our retirees, to our esteemed San Ysidro District retirees. Thank you for your unwavering dedication and countless contributions to our students and community. Your hard work, and compassion and commitment have left a lasting impact that will continue to shape the lives of the students for years to come. As you step into the new chapter, know that you are joining a very special group, one that many of us look at with admiration, and let's be honest, with a little envy. Congratulations and enjoy the well-earned joys of retirement. And then first we have Miss Irene Ceballos. Miss Irene came to Sunset when I was a principal, and she knew what she wanted to do. She told me like her first week, I want to be a principal. I'm like, okay, I'm not done yet. And she did in the years that she was here. She went all the way to contribute as a principal. So in grateful appreciation, presented to Irene Herrera Ceballos in recognition of your dedicated service and lasting contributions to the San Ysidro School District. Your commitment, passion, and years of service have made a meaningful difference in the lives of students, families, and colleagues. Congratulations on your retirement. Wishing you joy, health, and fulfillment in this new chapter. Years of service 10 presented on June 5th, 2025. And our board president's gonna give it to you. I'm just read it. I'm gonna give you a hug. Congratulations. Let's give her another round of applause. Congratulations. Next, we have Ms. Marilyn Moreno from La Mirada Child Nutrition Service Specialist, 60 years of service. Ms. Not Marilyn, Martina. Okay. Okay, so next we have our very own Ms. Anita Gilchrist, District School Manager. 24 years of service. And next we have Alejandra Rodriguez, Willow Elementary School, 31 years of service. I don't think she's here. So let's give them all a big round of applause. And we're gonna take a photo outside. If we have any family members that would like to join in the picture, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
classified employees of the year. And if we have our principals in the room, you want to be maybe on the side, I believe, they have something for our classified. So our classified, district classified staff, is represented here by the people that have been chosen by their schools. So to these employees, your dedicated, work has not only kept our schools, running, but also, your efforts help our district to continue to be a place where students are supported and the community is built daily. So our first, classified, employee of the year for La Mirada School, we have Yolanda Aguilar. Okay, we have for, Smythe Elementary School, Esmeralda Alvarado. For Sunset Elementary School, Rosa Hernandez. Willow Elementary School, John Villalobos. San Ysidro Middle School, Carmen Hernandez. Vista del Mar, Lidia Aguilera. CDC, Luz Gabriela Corona. And from the district office, we have our very own Ms. Elmi Flores. And we have our district-wide classified employee of the year, Terry Williams from Ocean View.
You are live.
At this time, we have our Teachers of the Year. And again, they represent all of our teachers of the district. We always have to pick one teacher from every school to represent. So we recognize the sacrifices that you all make and the moments you go above and beyond in the classroom simply because you care about your students and their learning. Your dedication is the heartbeat of the district, and we are profoundly grateful. Okay, you can clap. From La Mirada School, we have Catherine Bishop. From Ocean View Hills, we have Ms. Leonor Garcia. From Sunset Elementary, Corey Myers. From Willow Elementary, Katie Saga. From San Ysidro Middle School, we have Mr. David Alcaz. From Vista del Mar, we have Jerry Herrera. From the Child Development Center, we have Ms. Cecilia Cruz. And from the district office, we have Mr. Eugene Yepes. And our district-wide Teacher of the Year is Ms. Marisela Cali from Spike. And we have a picture for all our honorees outside.
We are.
Our next group. One, two. One, two. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and with our last group. It's not working. It's an honor to.
I think they turned it back on.
One, two.
Somebody clicked the button there.
Our last group of recognitions today, but we have a group of 4 individuals who continue to learn. As a teacher, as an educator, it's a lifelong experience, a learning process, right? It's an honor for me to introduce to you our San Diego State University Project Leal graduates. Ms. Erin Cronin, La Mirada Elementary School teacher. Diana Flores, Ocean View Hills Elementary School Special Education Center. Carly Hale, Smythe Elementary School teacher. And Ms. Erika Mesa, Ocean View Hills Elementary School teacher. You want one?
Yes, I just want to share what the plaque says because this is a program that is very new to San Diego State. This is, I think, their second cohort. And going to school while you're the principal or a teacher is just juggling your whole life. And I am so proud of this group of teachers, and they're led by San Diego State researchers in leadership and multilingual programs, also with the support of one of our former teachers, Elba de Vaca, who is also involved in this project. And it says, in recognition of your successful completion of the San Diego State University Project Leal certification program, your commitment to education, equity, leadership, and advocacy in support of English learners and multilingual students. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we do our photo right here?
Absolutely.
I'm embarrassed at all.
Right there. I think they were asking for you to do this.
Already. I know, right? My staff is right.
All right, should I scoot this way?
Yeah, can you guys scoot over to the left just a little bit? I mean, to my left, I'm sorry. Perfect. Is that good? I think. Second.
All right, there we go.
All right, perfect. Ready? 3, 2, 1. 3. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Nobody is true.
It is true, but I already. And then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we go into open session public comments, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be done today by headset. If any members of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table in the back, Pablo, to pick up headset. Do we have any public comments on open session items today? Yes. Allison? William.
Good evening, Superintendent Potter and members of the San Ysidro School District Board. My name is Allison Murillo, the sister of a student in this district and a member of the community. I'm here once again to address the severe unresolved issue of bullying in this district, along with the serious ongoing retaliation against parents from administrators and staff at the San Ysidro School District. As it has been addressed multiple times by parents at board meetings before, the constant occurrence of bullying, including physical and verbal attacks, has continued to occur daily district-wide, with the situation being especially severe at Willow Elementary School. My brother, a student in a special day class at Willow, has been a repeat victim of bullying from peers, with several incidents of him being called derogatory terms occurring this week alone, with numerous other incidents of him being physically hurt throughout the school day having happened this semester. While my brother has reported each of these incidents multiple times, Willow administration and classroom staff have refused to take action, allowing it to continue. My brother isn't the only student experiencing this injustice, as many other students from my neighborhood attending Willow have begun to refuse to attend school due to the crippling anxiety and fear of bullying experienced in the classroom from both other students and their own teachers. We as a community ask that the San Ysidro School District, including the district superintendent and its governing board members, finally take responsibility and immediate action to resolve this grave issue. The San Ysidro School District, its staff and administration, including the special education department, have repeatedly failed our children for years. They have failed to provide a safe space for them to learn, instead of leading them to fear the very place where they are meant to receive the education they are legally entitled to, and to fear the teachers and staff meant to teach and care for them while at school. I would also like to address that in the cases where parents have been brave enough to stand before the San Ysidro School District Board, Superintendent Potter, and school administrators and describe these problems, they have been met with retaliation and mockery. In past meetings, parents have stood here and described in detail the ongoing issues that their children suffer under, caused by the district's wrongdoings. However, as soon as they turn back around and sit down, they are faced with blatant ridicule, mockery, and harsh comments from board members. It has been known for several years by the members of this community that this district is incredibly corrupt. The administration, whose job it is to protect our children and their right to education, instead favor their public image, denying and covering up parents' reports of staff misconduct and bullying in schools. We as a community ask that this immediately stop for the sake of our children and their safety. When we stand here and describe the ongoing issues in our schools and request change, we expect the district to take action. If the district board, superintendent, or administration refuse to do so, we ask that they please step down so that our community schools can progress into a safer, happier place for our children. This district students and families deserve to be heard, not retaliated against. Thank you.
Karina Robles.
Good evening, San Ysidro School District Board, Superintendent Gina Potter, administrator, staff, and community members. My name is Karina Robles, a concerned parent member of the community and a voice for the children and parents, especially at Willow Elementary across the district. I am here to address a crisis ignored too long, the district's systemic failure to tackle serious bullying at Willow and other schools of our district. This is negligence, a failure by the superintendent, board members, special education department, and administrators. Administrators and staff deny or justify bullying, dismissing our children's pain and breaking our trust. At Willow, students face aggression in hallways, recess, sci-fi classes, and the cafeteria. We demand working cameras in these areas to ensure accountability and protect our kids. Without cameras, incidents go undocumented, leaving students vulnerable. Teachers yelling and intimidating students cause deep emotional harm, leaving kids traumatized. Many students refuse to go to school, crying, feeling unsafe. Students who report bullying face false accusations and retaliation from their teachers. When parents raise concerns, administrators deny bullying, avoid meeting with parents, and minimize the incident, silencing us. Staff witnessing incidents stay silent and evade the responsibility to report and protect the safety of the children. This is disgraceful, unacceptable, and deeply concerning. These incidents completely contradict the district's own anti-bullying policies and their own claims of being safe, happy, and nurturing place for our students to succeed. The San Ysidro School District and its special education department have failed to protect our children with disabilities, ensure a free, appropriate public education under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, violating children's rights, failing to implement IEPs, and address parents' concerns regarding bullying, physical aggression, and lack of staff intervention. Recent fights between older students district-wide show a refusal to ensure safety. In 2019, the San Diego Union Tribune reported bullying as a top concern. Yet, 6 years later, there is no progress. We're tired of inaction and empty promises. Families are leaving, worsening enrollment declines. We demand parent involvement through advisory committees and transparent reports of bullying incidents. Parents deserve to know how their kids are protected. We call for working cameras, activate cameras at Willow and other schools in hallways, recess, and cafeterias. Independent investigations. Take an in-depth look at bullying, teacher intimidation, staff silence, and administrators' denials. We ask that you stop lying to us when we request incident reports, making up and modifying stories, as well as denying the occurrence of bullying. We need anti-bullying policies, create clear protocols with consequences for those who intimidate, stay silent, or justify bullying. Buenas noches, Junta de la Mesa Directiva, Superintendente Gina Potter, administradores, personal y miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre es Karina Robles, una madre preocupada, miembro de esta comunidad y una voz para los niños y padres, especialmente en la primaria Willow y en todo el distrito. Estoy aquí para abordar una crisis ignorada por demasiado tiempo, el fracaso sistémico del distrito para enfrentar el acoso grave en Willow y otras escuelas de nuestro distrito. Esto es negligencia. Un fallo por parte de la superintendente, los miembros de la Junta, el Departamento de Educación Especial y los administradores. Los administradores y el personal niegan o justifican el acoso, desestimando el dolor de nuestros hijos y rompiendo nuestra confianza. En Willow, los estudiantes enfrentan agresiones en los pasillos, durante el recreo, en las clases de sci-fi y en la cafetería. Exigimos cámaras funcionales en estas áreas para garantizar la responsabilidad y proteger a nuestros hijos. Sin cámaras, los incidentes no quedan registrados, dejando a los estudiantes vulnerables. Los maestros que gritan e intimidan a los estudiantes causan un daño emocional profundo, dejando a los niños traumatizados. Muchos estudiantes se niegan a ir a la escuela llorando, sintiéndose inseguros. Los estudiantes que reportan acoso enfrentan falsas acusaciones y represalias de sus maestros. Cuando los padres plantean preocupaciones, los administradores niegan el acoso, evitan reunirse con los padres y minimizan los incidentes silenciándonos. El personal que presencia los incidentes permanece en silencio y evade su responsabilidad de reportar y proteger la seguridad de los niños. Es vergonzoso, inaceptable y profundamente preocupante. Estos incidentes contradicen completamente las propias políticas antiacoso del distrito y sus afirmaciones de ser un lugar seguro y feliz y enriquecedor para que nuestros estudiantes prosperen. Si la superintendente Potter y los administradores no pueden actuar, pedimos que renuncien. Nuestros hijos están sufriendo, negándose a ir a la escuela por miedo. No permitiremos que el acoso y las negaciones alejen a las familias. Gracias.
Roxanne Palestina.
Buenas, lo apagué.
No,
No,
it should work. Sorry,
I think it was weird.
no, it's working. There it is,
Thank you.
should work.
Buenas
No.
noches.
Gianfranco. Mic's on, but it's not. On. Mic's on. No, it's muted. Yeah. I got it. Here you go.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. I don't even know how I did that.
I got
Hola, buenas noches a todos. Pues estamos aquí, yo sé que siguen los problemas, esperemos el año que entra haya más intervención para que haya más enrollment, para que haya más padres. Yo de plano en esta escuela, abuelo, en verdad sí ocupamos tener un poquito más de parent involvement y he asistido a unas juntas y las juntas que son de ELAC, yo estreso que deben de ser en español. A lo mejor Luis Rodríguez ocupa ayudar un poquito a la directora para que pueda dar bien las pláticas con los padres para que los padres puedan, alguien que dé las juntas con más pasión, que les guste para poder jalar a los padres porque a veces les entra por un oído y les sale por el otro, es como muy aburrido el proceso y es muy importante porque hay muchos long-term English learners en bueno, en todos lados, pero por ahí mero está el parent involvement, el más welcoming environment. Espero que el director o directora que pongan en la mirada sea alguien que sí quiera el parent involvement y poder tener todos esos comités mandados estatales llenos desde el principio, no scrapping hasta el final, pero de que hay muchos padres interesados, sí los hay, nomás hay que darles las oportunidades para poder involucrarse un poquito más. Y pues sí estoy emocionada para next year, a ver cómo nos va. Y esperemos que ahora por sí se pueda. No sé si ustedes han tenido comunicación con los de PTA, pero sí me he estado comunicando con ellos, nada más que no ha sido algo concreto para el año que entra. Ojalá ya podamos empezar bien el año. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Fabio Sáenz.
Please,
Ready? Yes, thank you. On May 29th, Martir Isaac Garcia Lara, a refugee 9-year-old fourth grader in Torrance, originally from Honduras, was detained by ICE along with his father. And now it's being held in a cell in Texas, getting ready to be deported to Honduras. The next day, here in South Park, ICE raided an Italian restaurant, Buona Porchetta, where 4 immigrants were detained. For the record, none of these people are criminals. I'm a privileged immigrant who's a US citizen, who's multilingual, a college graduate, an author, and a former journalist. My most recent nonfiction anthology published in November compiled stories of immigration in my native Sinaloa. And my most recent novel, published a few weeks ago, is based on the struggles I witnessed among my fellow high school classmates in the Latino majority city of Huntington Park in Los Angeles County, who did not have authorization to be in the US. My classmates who lived in fear of being deported all the time, who were always afraid that parents will be deported, separated as a family. And when in 1994, California wanted to deny education and healthcare to unauthorized immigrants, I was barely 14, but I, along with my classmates, walked out in favor of our neighbors. As a Messianic Jew, as an evangelical Christian, I support the rights of immigrants, of refugees, just like Yeshua and his family were refugees in Egypt. And even before, just like my Jewish ancestors were refugees in Egypt, just like my Italian bisnonno was a refugee in Sinaloa, just like my Sicilian and Italian paisani who fled fascism and poverty and faced discrimination in the US for having darker skin and for just being different. As we say in Sinaloa, where a civil war is going on, con los niños, no. Do not mess with our children. Just like me, most of our children, regardless of immigration status, have Native American heritage. So our oldest ancestors were the Kumeyaay who lived in these lands, going back and forth in what is now the occupied territories of California and Baja California. Education is a basic human right, regardless of immigration status. I like to remind everyone that the San Ysidro School Board declared our schools safe havens. And I'm just gonna read from Proverbs 38, 8 and 9. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. Ensure justice for those being crushed. Yes, speak up for the poor and the helpless and see that they get justice. Now in Italian. Apri la tua bocca in favore del muto per sostenere la causa di tutti gli abbandonati. Apri la tua bocca, giudica con giustizia, fa giustizia al misero e al bisognoso. Pero en español. Levanta la voz por los que no tienen voz. Defiende a los indefensos. Levanta la voz y hazles justicia. Defiende a los pobres y a los humildes. This is not about political parties. I'm an independent. I denounce what the federal government is doing, terrorizing our communities, cutting funds for public education, taking away services from our special education programs. As a neurodivergent person, I know of the importance of special education services and medical accommodations as an adult. Instead, I support better wages for our classified employees, better wages for our teachers, better wages for all our children's families. And por eso firmemente digo, por los niños no, fuera la migra de nuestras escuelas y fuera la migra de nuestras comunidades. Gracias. Thank you. Just to end with the positive note, now that we're celebrating our district retirees, I want to congratulate our board president and my dear friend, Zenaida Rosario, California Teacher of the Year, because today marks 5 years since you retired.
José Luis Pérez.
Good evening, Governing Board and Superintendent. My name is Jose Luis Perez, and I stand before you tonight as both a fellow classified school employee and a proud member of the California School Employees Association. As the semester comes to a close, we celebrate the achievements of our students and their families. From kindergarteners moving on to first grade, to our eighth graders preparing for high school, it is these moments that remind us why we do this work. As you have taken time to recognize our district employees of the years, I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the unwavering support of our parents and community members. Their collaborative work upholds the district mission of providing quality education and opportunity for all students to succeed. But I ask you, how do we truly get there? Over the past few board meetings, I have grown increasingly concerned by the direction of our district it appears to be heading to. It feels as though our schools have become a political battleground. As school employees, we are held to clear and strict standards when it comes to political neutrality in the workplace. Why then should our school board, designed to be nonpartisan, be an exception? When we elect our representatives to this board, we do so without knowledge of political party affiliations. We place our trust in you to represent the best interests of the community, not the agendas of political parties, Democrat or Republican. This concern is not about any one individual. It is about a growing pattern. Members using this platform to pursue political aspirations and push partisan views. This board is not the US Congress. It is not the County Board of Supervisors. It is a public school board serving one of the most underserved communities in the county. Our community looks to this board for leadership, collaboration, and integrity. Sadly, that has not been the experience in the recent months. Our bargaining units have come seeking support. Instead, they've encountered division and fighting among board members. This must stop. So tonight, I ask you all directly, can you rise above party politics and be the nonpartisan leaders this community elected you to be? Thank you for your time. I wish you all a restful and reflective summer, and congratulations to the class of 2025. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Superintendent Dr. Potter and board members, everyone. My name is Olga Espinosa. I've been in this community for 49 years because I'm almost 50. And I turned 3 slots because I wanted to make 3 different comments, but it got into 5, but I might be over, but I really did turn 3 because I wanted my time for each one. Okay, I'm here as a member. Actually, I'm the vice chair for the San Ysidro Community Planning Group. And I want to thank you guys for letting us and allowing us for so many decades to do our meetings here. And I understand the times are tough and there's restrictions and stuff that you guys are going through with the district. But I do want to ask that there's no other place in this community that would stay late for us or have everything that we need as a planning community group, which is where we make a lot of decisions, sometimes not the right ones, but there's a board, so every vote counts and majority wins. But I still want to thank you and we understand that if we can continue here, but give us a little more time, or if there's a possibility, or you can talk to our chair, which is Christian, and maybe come with a solution. But this is the place where we could have our meetings. It's like the best location, space, and that's where everybody knows where we meet, the San Ysidro Community Planning Group. And thank you again, because it's been decades and you've used your space. But I want to thank you for that and take us in for consideration. I'm also a member of the International Border Community Steering Committee. And we deal a lot with the sewer problems. That's why I'm always advocating and stuff. And I don't know how to explain. I want to ask you guys, there's grants. One is the Moyer grant. I don't know if you've heard about it, but that gives the school grants and filters for schools. Each classroom should have a filter because everything's stuck in the air and in the classroom. And these programs are free. And also, if you can help us sharing this with the parents so everyone can have an air filter. I don't see the problem going away anytime soon. And I'm still going to advocate as much as I can because it's my kids and my grandkids in the future and everybody's kids in this community. the sewer problem is really, really, really bad. You might see me maybe cooperating with, the mayor of Imperial Beach, because she's doing her part over there, but there's no one representing us in San Ysidro. And as long as I can still do it and go, I will meet with people and always advocate for San Ysidro, because the problem is here. But I also care a lot for the kids. So I asked you guys, maybe we can meet, and talk about it. I can tell you more information, but the Moyer, grant is strictly for schools, libraries. And I feel like maybe every classroom, office, even the restroom, everyone should have a filter. And it's a grant, you guys can get money for that. It would help a lot, especially for the solution going on. Also, my area is La Mirada. That's my home school and my favorite school. Sorry, other schools, but that's my home school. And they took a lot of the greenery back in a few years ago. But I feel maybe you guys should, trees for communities, it's also free, and put a whole bunch of trees in that area. And even the willow at all the schools, to block that air that's coming from the sewer, because from that smell, you don't know how bad it is. And it's combining with our contamination from the traffic, the smog, and that together, if we threw paint on it, you would see everything that we're breathing. We might not see it, but you guys feel it. And that's why I continue advocating. And everyone should complain and make a complaint to the county, to the government, to Trump, whoever, because there's no comments or anybody complaining from San Ysidro. The senator came from New Jersey last week. I met with him. He didn't know about us. He's like, what's San Ysidro? And that really hurt my feelings, because I've been fighting for this. And I think San Ysidro it's known. I mean, we're the border. And if people start speaking out and saying how bad it smells and everything, they're gonna put their eye in San Ysidro, because our local government around doesn't do nothing. But please consider the Moyer grant and put it in all the schools. It would help and benefit everyone. So my time's gonna be up, but I did turn 3, so I don't know if I should wait more, but so I'm an activist. And I try to hold on sometimes on issues going on in our community, but this time I'm here as a Fuerza Amigos de Aztlán activist group in San Ysidro. And so the reason I'm here as a member. Okay.
Figure out your time. Right. Ms. Espinoza to Claire, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
To clarify your time, we have looked at your speaker slip. So you actually represent yourself, which is 3 minutes, and you represent the International Steering Group, which is a group, which is 5 minutes. So you've just done 5 minutes, and you have a balance of.
Okay. So then I'm here at the local San Ysidro Fuerza Amigos de Aztlán, San Ysidro activist group. Like I said earlier, I try not to get involved in many things going on in our district. And I do consider this district because this is my community. And I don't want that to come against me saying, oh, it's my community. But the way I'm seeing the board meetings, it's kind of saddening to see what it's becoming. We need to talk about the kids, improvements and all this and that, but I don't understand why it's getting so political. That's not right, because kids are watching now that it's live. Kids are watching, they're asking questions, what's going on? The board members are saying things and that, what's going on? Isn't it about us, the kids? And I am out there, I still have kids, teenagers, and now that they're grown, they're asking more questions. What's going on and everything? I'm not appreciating what I'm seeing no more as a community. And I'm ready to start doing other things as an activist with my other allies that I have, it's not cool. You guys are the board, you should be doing things to better the schools, the air, the breathing, take care of the kids and stuff. It shouldn't be political, honestly. That's like really heartbreaking. I've been watching, it's just getting worse. I don't understand why our teachers are asking for help. Like, that's not cool. Teachers should be supposed to be happy. They gotta be going to school and doing all this and for the kids. And I see them like, that's not cool. That's not cool to watch for a district that I've supported and done so many things for. It's not good to see our teachers like that. It really breaks my heart. And the political thing, that gotta stop. That gotta stop, because it's gonna go bad if I come back in town. Just letting you guys know. And I'm not throwing nothing. I don't want a retaliation or anything. I'm just telling you straight out what it is. Now, this is me, Olga, and that stops the political going back and forth. That's nothing, that's not what you guys are there for. Like we said, it's about the children, our schools, and bring San Ysidro back up, not put it down. Come on. We've gone through a lot, different administrations, different boards. We've been through that for so many years. It's time. I see everything that's going on, all these kids winning, doing all these good things. Dr. Potter, from all our superintendents, I think you're the better one in my eyes. I don't know what everybody thinks. I see everybody. And that's good. Lately, I've done my things in the past, but I was always advocating for kids and other parents and stuff. Like, I'm being straight honest from my heart. San Ysidro, and I don't like to see it going down. Thank you.
Alan, Senador.
Need help? Thank you. Good evening, board members and Dr. Potter. I'm here to represent the San Ysidro Women's Club and our latest accomplishments. This Monday, we were proud to present $25,000 of scholarships to the San Ysidro students that are now at the high school. We shared being proud of our 8th graders, and they're marvelous, and they're moving on to high school. And hopefully I'll be back or someone will be back in 4 years to share their accomplishments. I'd like to share the accomplishments of the 25 students that have received our scholarships, okay? And I'd like to tell you about besides their name, their career choices, which are marvelous. And hopefully we tell them, come back and give back to your community. So hopefully they'll come back in some way, okay? The first person is Michelle Caro. She's gonna be a radiologist. We have Karen Chacon, she's gonna be a civil engineer. We have Camila Chacon, research physician. Paula Cruz, psychologist counselor. Evelyn Ramirez, social worker, child therapist. Paola Gonzalez, business administration. Carolina Hernandez, civil engineer. Look at all these girls, civil engineers, great. Marco Hernandez, psychologist. Aileen Leosa, neuroscientist. David Martinez, aerospace engineer. Wow. Emma Martinez, mechanical engineer. Good for her. Kayla Martinez, registered nurse. Brian Jimenez, computer engineer. Angela Menina, she's undecided, but I'm sure she's gonna make a decision when she hears all these wonderful. Mia Mesa, architect. Lanny Rojas, cardiologist. Kiara Moreno, clinical psychologist. Frida Moreno, registered nurse. Isaac Ochoa, radiologist. Michelle Padilla, biomedical engineer. Richard Reguela, nursing. Ismael Rodriguez, immigration lawyer. Melena Lopez, psychologist, pre-med. Maribel Valdivia, pediatrician, and Santiago Garcia, mechanical engineer. These are the students that came from here and now they're at San Ysidro High School. I was there with a Representative San Ysidro, our women's club. We gave out 25 scholarships. The community health was there. They gave out 46 scholarships and there were other people, but they counted all the money that we gave out over $400,000 at one night. We should be proud of our students because they go on to great things and hopefully they will come back. And there's a school nurse here, maybe she'll come back. I know they're hard to get. That's all.
Cristian Fuentes Hernandez.
Well, that was.
Hi everyone, my name is Cristian Fuentes Hernandez, and I am the chair of the San Ysidro Planning Group. And Olga kind of said it already. I wanted to personally thank you all for letting us use this space. I think we're getting a lot of the community involved, and I was taught to be grateful, so I really wanted to be grateful and thank you all for using letting us use this space. Gracias, thank you, bye.
Natalie Lano. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. This first part is directed towards trustee Peraza, did I say that? And her supporters, because I made some false and misleading comments at the last meeting and I want to clear things up. Just for background, I have been working as a teacher in this district since 1998. Have been on the bargaining team since 2005. Was the SYA president for 4 years, and I'm currently the SYA vice president and bargaining chair. First of all, as far as corruption goes, because somebody mentioned corruption back in 2013, right? Yeah, there was a lot of corruption back then. We were there. We lived through it. A certain superintendent accepted gifts of more than 2,500 and promised jobs to contractors who donated money in certain board members' campaigns. He eventually went to prison, and several other board members had stepped down in those years. In those years leading up to and after the teachers' strike, many board members and administrators were fired or left in relation to the corruption back then. The people here, the board members and administrators here, were not board members back then, or just, or in their current positions, right? Zenaida went on strike with the teachers, okay? Antonia was outnumbered by the board at that time, okay? As Antonia mentioned at the last meeting, the district and school board was pushing for the teachers to agree to a 3-year pay cut, 24% over 3 years. When we didn't agree to this at the first negotiation meeting, they declared impasse, which is not how it's supposed to be done, right? They were not bargaining in good faith. Furthermore, we hadn't had a raise since 2007, and our class sizes were huge. I had a second grade of 31 kids, right? We, SYA, with the help of some parents, some CSEA members, and community members, we stood up to them. We helped expose their corruption. We risked our salaries, we went on strike, we lost some pay, and we risked so much. Teachers were stressed, they were terrified, but we knew it was the right thing to do. So don't imply that we are involved in some corruption now. Corruption is a very strong word to use, not to throw around lightly. Just because you suspect or say it doesn't make it true. As much as you say it, it isn't true without evidence. Implying you were the only one fighting for kids is an insult. Some of us have been fighting for kids for 20 years, some for 30 years, day in and day out. You have no idea what we do. What you are implying about the pledge issue, or somebody implied, is a complete distortion of reality. One knowledgeable teacher allowed students who didn't want to say the pledge to stay seated. That's it. The teacher knows that we really are not allowed to make them. And now you and your friends are twisting reality, saying San Ysidro teachers are not allowing students to say the pledge. This is a complete lie. Furthermore, the majority of the teachers, their parents and grandparents also, okay? We're all parents here, okay? And many of them have sent their own children to San Ysidro schools. We're not just parents who only care about our own kids. We care about them all. We recognize that some kids can be both bullies and bullied. We understand how complicated things are and listen to all sides. We understand that situations are not black and white. We are sensible and we care. We work late and we take care of other people's kids at the expense of ours sometimes because we care about everyone's kids, not just our own. We try to improve our schools and district without destroying people in schools. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the comments that were made because I agree with them, and I kind of feel bad because I'm bringing it up because it was brought up last time, okay? And I didn't like that either. I didn't like that they brought up politics, but I'm going to just go there. The agenda you and your followers are pushing is a MAGA agenda. And you and your friends were the first to bring it up, right? So I'm continuing. And MAGA is nothing to be proud of. It's not something that stems from caring about students or parental rights. The MAGA agenda is about destroying public education. All of the frivolous lawsuits, AI-generated complaints, yelling at teachers at IEPs, questioning our credentials, filming us when we're teaching, and petty investigations who are starting takes leaders and teachers away from their focus and their jobs, and takes money and resources away from students and teachers because we're scrambling around dealing with the chaos you're causing. You're like the newly appointed leader of the Department of Education that's sent there to destroy it. Then when destroyed, what will all of these students do? Is NAGA going to send them to private schools? I don't think so. Of course not. The goal is to keep knowledge and opportunities from those who need them because without that knowledge, they're easier to control and manipulate. Maybe you don't realize what you're doing. I hope you don't realize. I hope you're better than that. I hope you take a step back and look at the destruction you're causing and understand that you're only hurting your own community. Now I'm going to talk about something else, okay? Do I have 3 minutes?
Yeah, okay, yeah, but I know Natalie Middleton.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just 3 more minutes, right?
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy.
No, is this their own 3 minutes?
My own 3 minutes. Okay, so. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is also kind of like, I mean, anyways, but, so I would like to address the entire board now about bargaining. First of all, thank you so much for the tentative agreement on the 6 weeks of maternity leave, of paid maternity leave. Most people are surprised to learn that most teachers don't have paid maternity leave. So we're really grateful that that might happen and it's tentative, right? So, anyways, this is a start towards a better future for families. It's a really big deal. On the other hand, we are ending the school year without a settlement for next year. Yes, it has happened before. And yes, we understand that there is a true and real issue with education funding in the state and in the country. And we understand that certain people have been taking resources away from the district. But as far as financials go, please help the administration to find creative ways to utilize the restricted funding sources. As we know that although our reserves are low, there is a good amount in the restricted funding. Okay, so they can, figure that out, reduce spending in other ways that won't hurt students or workers. Also, when it comes to issues that are not related to finances, please try to understand the need for more prep time instead of meeting times. We're not asking for free time. We just want to be able to do our work and we want to do the best that we can for the students. When we meet again for bargaining in August, we hope we can quickly settle the open articles, which are hours, workload, class size, and compensation. Thank you.
I will now ask the members of the board and superintendent for public comments now. I will begin today with Mr. Arias.
Great. Firstly, I wanted to, as the year comes to an end, I wanted to take this opportunity to personally thank our teachers.
Are we missing? I apologize, Mr. Arias.
Yeah, I think the
I'm so
airport
sorry.
has to write my name.
We missed the senior sled. I'm very sorry. I apologize.
Motion is good.
Hold on a second.
It's because in the meeting, when they ask you, did you get it? And you say, yeah. Because we were in a collaboration meeting and that's when I said, who are my witnesses?
For the record, the district was informed that you were speaking, so.
Prior to.
Prior to, so we were aware of it. So 3 minutes. Are you speaking as an individual?
Yes.
As an individual?
Well, I can't remember, but I'll be in the future, yes.
Then 3 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, so it is. Maybe I'll solve the problem. I see. Thank you. Thank you.
I have become my mother. Good evening, board members, Miss Dr. Potter, community. I'm really sorry because I really like the tone of this meeting. But I'm gonna say like my little kids, you started it. No, it's as honestly, I would like just to reply to the trustee Peraza, what she was brought. Because there were some things that were really going in through my mind. I've been awake since 1:30 this morning because I'm really concerned. And I would like to respond briefly. Number one, you said that the union is attacking you. Number two, you say, let's call it as it is. And number three, you say, join me. So the first thing that I would like to say that union is attacking you is a misunderstanding. We only want respect. We need respect. The concern is not about your voice, but it's about the tone of the voice that you repeated Facebook post targeting teachers' performance. These public criticisms damage the morale and undermine the trust. Let me be clear, our union has not attacked you. We have been exercising restraint and remain professional, even though we've been provoked. En México decimos la ropa sucia se lava en casa. Secondly, you said to call it as it is. I heard you brought to our district a self-proclaimed advocate. This self-proclaimed advocate who causes our members to fear their physical security because of her behavior, shouting, interrupting, not letting teachers explain their point of view, denigrating and intimidating them. Same behavior that we have seen in these board meetings. So we're gonna call it as it is. That's not advocating, that's bullying. She's bullying teachers. And who wants to play with a bully? Nobody. Who wants to go to the meetings? Nobody. So you claim teachers are canceling meetings, but it's because of that. So let's call it as it is. Advocating is very different. And I have some forms that maybe you can give her and educate her how she can be conducting those meetings. Number three, in your website, you say, in your website, you say, supporting teachers and staff is one of your key issues. You say you want to provide teachers with tools, support, and respect they deserve. That sounds great, but your actions speak so loud that we cannot hear your words. So please join us, lead us. Stop the complaining. Let us meet and work together. Let's be the model that we're supposed to be for our kids.
And it's gonna be really tough to follow. Well, I just wanted to take a brief moment as the year comes to an end. I really want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication that it has taken us to get to this point. I think it's been a really great year for our kids and our teachers and our certificated staff, and not just that, our parents as well, who strive every day to get their kids here. Sometimes, you know, having to work multiple jobs, and I totally understand that, but I want to again, really acknowledge and thank our teachers for all the hard work that you do day in and day out with our kids. Staying long hours, coming to these meetings, staying till 11 p.m. with us. I appreciate you, I see you, and just really thank you. Additionally, I wanted to thank our certificated staff, because we can't exist without you. We can't do the work that we do here at the district. We can't be here for our kids, which is why we're all here, right? We are all here for our kids, and that's what's important. I also wanted to congratulate our students. There's probably none left in the room here. But all the great accomplishments that we've seen throughout the year, you know, the spelling bee, the athletics, I gotta tell you, these kids are way ahead of where I was at that age, and I am truly, profoundly proud of where San Ysidro is today. Let's give our kids a little. I also want to give a special shout out to our 8th graders who are going to go on to high school. They're gonna be missed. We've had them here for many years. And I know they're gonna do great things. Alice, that list that you read from, I gotta tell you, that is impressive.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in 8th grade, I was definitely not thinking about being an aerospace engineer. And, you know, if any of the kids are watching at home, make San Ysidro proud. Make us proud, bring us on the map, put us on the map. I really appreciated that sentiment, Olga. And, you know, I think that's a perfect segue into, we're all here for the kids. This is not a political board. If we want to be in that sphere, there are other elected official positions that we can be running for that are clearly designated as partisan. This is a nonpartisan board. We need to be here for the kids. We need to rise up, and we need to help San Ysidro become the great little community that we are.
Yeah. Okay, well, first, I want to say the events I went to, which was Sunset Elementary visit with Mr. Vandy as principal substitute, and also to the Sunset University graduation, which was amazing to see that students are being taught what a bachelor, what a master's, and a doctorate is. Sunset has a great energy. I love being there. And thank you, Mr. Gamby, for hosting and for the great visit that we had there. Teachers are amazing and very dedicated over there. I also went to La Mirada's recognition assembly awards because also my son got an award for perfect attendance. That is something that that kids need to keep doing, because that's how we get a lot of our funds, of course. And it was very nice to see that the students with 0 absence got a tablet from Ms. Veronica Medina. So that was like the cherry on top, seeing their faces. They were very happy. And also just congratulate every student that were here, and all the 6th graders are about to promote, and including my son. And I'm very happy and very excited to see him and Lisa Del Mar next year. And for other comments, well, I just want to say, I totally respect everybody's position, everybody's point of view. And, I don't know if you remember, but I'm also a parent and I experience good things and bad things. And it's never my intention to attack everyone, but I see some issues are going on. And also, I mean, I agree. Let's join. My door is open. My phone number is in my social media account. You can call me anytime. I also say it in my social media. I'm open to this, to everybody. Anybody can just shoot me a message. I'm happy to respond. And I will be happy to meet with any teacher that wants to meet with me. And I also think that a lot of problems could be resolved if we do have cameras on site. If we do have something that will help everybody, parents, students, and of course, teachers. If we have that type of evidence for any incident, a lot of cases can be resolved quickly as that, quickly. And I mean, a lot of districts have it, a lot of schools have it. I don't see the issue of why not having cameras in our district, right? I mean, if we do, we're not doing anything wrong for the children if we have cameras. I think it's totally the opposite. But I'll leave you with that thought. And in a different matter, President, I respectfully would like, after our public comments, I would like to move to introduce an emergency motion for immediate consideration by this board. I move that this board take immediate action to take public all classified or confidential information, discussions, and meetings held since November 2024 that do not directly pertain to student privacy or employee personnel matters. This includes, but is not limited to, contract negotiations, legal consultations, financial decisions, vendor agreements, and closed session deliberations that involve the use of public funds and are not protected by law privacy reasons. Our community deserves full clarity and accountability in how their tax dollars are being spent. The continued use of closed sessions and confidential classifications when not legally necessary underestimate the public's trust. This motion ensures that we do not hide behind confidentiality where it is not warranted, and that the public can finally see the full scope of decisions made with their money. I urge my fellow board members to support this motion in a spirit of transparency, fiscal responsibility, and open government. Full clarity, that's all what I ask. That's everything that I ask. Thank you.
Yeah. Teachers have unions, so do parents have. Nothing.
Are you done, Charlotte? Yeah. Next, Irene.
Okay, so it feels good to see a lot of you classified and certificated here. I know that we had an inconvenience of having it here due to what we regulate, what we go by. But I wanted to tell you that it was nice to see. I did visit Sunset School when they had their AR graduation. And you had so many young kids reading and giving trophies, giving medallions and certificates. But the best thing was to see Sunset, my school that I went to when I was young, packed with parents. It was such a beautiful performance of the parents being there, showing their support for the school, for their kids, And that's something beautiful to see. When you give these kids something and the parents like today, the parents who came from Ocean View Hills, from Vista Del Mar, you know, that's something that we didn't have before. And I think that has brought a lot of not only respect for our community, but other school districts tell us, how are you guys doing it? I mean, we hear all kinds of things that your kids are doing and we want to, and I know that Zenaida's been approached with that because she's a teacher and she's involved. She was a teacher, but she's still a teacher and she's teaching us too. But, you know, she very, her heart is in there, has always been there, bilingual, multicultural, dual language, always a supporter, strong advocate for that. And I think that even when she went to Washington, she opened the minds of a lot of people that didn't understand because we're a border town. But I think that, you know, we are a border town, but I think that we showed them, and we have problems. A lot of people that haven't lived here in this community don't know, or we're not working in this community, didn't know the problems we were going through. And we went through a lot. But you know what? We used to get bad publicity on the newspaper, lies, just throwing at us, and you know, it made you feel horrible. And when we went to conferences and meetings, they would give us like a look like, oh, here comes San Ysidro. But now they come up to us and say, wow, you guys have really done a lot of good things and we want to learn how you've done it. And it's due to the superintendent that has brought these and our administration, our principals, not only principals, ideas to change what we did have before and be able to use the money for what we should. And I think that's the most important thing. And to have the women's club come to tell us exactly that our kids that are at the high school, that are going to the high school, are going to become something because that's their dream. And their dream comes from what? From being educated at home, to have respect, to come to school to learn to read and write, and show the respect to our advocated teachers. That's the most important thing. Our kids aren't, you know, our kids, no child is perfect, but we all make errors. And I think that that's the most important thing. And I think that now we become so depressed and stressed out. It's not right. It's wrong. And I believe in that because I've lived in this community all my life and I see it and I've worked here. But I know that our people work very hard. And to go to these schools and see the honors that our kids are being given to show their parents that their work also, even working parents or non-working, they're there to support their children. That's the most important thing. And I think that that brings us to where we deserve to be recognized, not only by our community, but by also the press, to know that what really is San Ysidro. And I know we've forgotten, a lot of government has forgotten about the border towns. We're one of them. But we let them know now that we're not gonna let them push us down or think about us without really knowing who lives here, how we live, and who we work for. So I want to say thank you to everyone. And it makes me very proud to know that I lived here, I worked here, and my kids and my grandchildren did go to these schools. And there's nothing more that I can say than thank you for everything that you do, because we are a family. I mean, a family that works together, respects each other, and love each other, and love what we do. So I want to give you a big applause.
Thank you, Irene. Wow. I first want to say, you know, when you look at this particular meeting with all the awards that we gave out today, obviously we have our retirees, but even just the notion that we have a lieutenant colonel as one of our students. You know, imagine that. And I think it takes me back to our role as a board. Because when you look at what we do, a lot of the decision making goes through us. But the reality is that we're not the district. The district is our teachers, our classified staff, and our administrators that do the day-to-day. And the bottom line is, when we're disrespected, when I say our community and our teachers and classified staff and our administrators are disrespected, it's an insult to everyone. especially our students, because the bottom line is when a teacher teaches, it's not a 9 to 5. The teacher spends almost every day either prepping, making sure that the kids are getting the best quality education. When a classified staff opens up our schools at 4:30, 3:30 in the morning, that's not a 9 to 5. And then when they're called in because there's an emergency at midnight, that's not a 9 to 5. And they do it because they want to make sure that the schools and the facilities are the best quality for our students to learn. And here's the reality of it. They do it, our teachers do it, our classified do it without credit. And I'm saying it right now, I'm giving them credit for everything you do. Not just this school year, but I see teachers here who have worked for decades in our community, in our district. Decades. And I can tell you this, that you are unsung heroes, both classified and teachers, and even administrators, especially administrators. And I sometimes often forget, especially when I started being on this board. People know I would favor teachers and classified over administrators, but I'm trying to. And it's not because I don't favor administrators, just because they get paid a little bit more, you know what I mean? So, but and here's the reality of it. You all work 24/7 to keep our district and our community alive. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, as we end this school year, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for caring for not just this school year of students, but for generations of students that, again, are going to remember you. And if anything, I know that you have so many students, but the students that you have will always remember your name. And I mentioned it before, I can name my kindergarten to 6th grade teacher right now, and I'm 40 years old. So, and honestly, I saw my 6th grade teacher a while back, and she gave me a hug, and it was, even though I was 40, it was equivalent. I was still my teacher, and she is. But I'm gonna say that it's a blessing to have you with us. Thank you. The awards are just one thing, but the reality, you guys should be awarded for almost every day for everything you do. So I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And on that note, I do want to give a little bit of shout out to Olga for bringing up these 2 grants, the Moyer grant and the Trees for Community. National City is doing something similar. I don't know if it's the same nonprofit, Olga, but they were, my good friend Jose Rodriguez, who's a city council member, was planting trees all over and asking residents if they wanted a tree. So I don't know if we can look into that, because that would be something. I don't know if it costs more with the maintenance, but if they're free, I mean, why not? And if it's something that we can provide, again, with the Moyer grant, the safety with the pollution, I mean, why not look at it? So that's that. So I do want to give a shout out to Olga. I especially want to give a very important shout out to Jose Luis, who was our student. Now he's working with us as a team member, and he's actually coming here as an advocate to advocate for what he believes is right. So I want to give a round of applause to my good friend. But I just want to say thank you again from the bottom of my heart. I'm looking forward to the graduations next year. I mean, not next year, next week. Sorry. But next week, and I will be taking time off work to attend as many as I can. But so thank you, and thank you for staying with us this late. Thank you, everyone.
My turn. Before I make my public statement, I have a comment that trustee comment from myself, board member. And I want to say it's taking a lot of courage for me to read this. But those of you who know me for 40 years, you know that I've never been afraid to say things when they have to be said. Yes, my heart is beating a lot faster than it should. And I'm telling my brain to tell it to stop it, but it's not. And probably because there's passion in what I have to say in terms of truth and bringing the unity back to our community with our teachers and parents and children and everyone that works here, because we all know San Ysidro, where it's at now. And we don't want it to go back to the way it is. So before I provide my trustee comments, I want to address remarks made at our April board meeting regarding Las Miradas Special Education staff by trustee Peraza. At that meeting, several members of La Mirada Special Education staff were celebrated for their dedication to our students and hard work. Unfortunately, trustee Peraza attempted to diminish those well-deserved accolades by making a statement that implied that members of our La Mirada Special Education staff were not deserving of recognition because there may have been complaints filed against them. I want to be clear, the district and this board fully support and deeply appreciate the dedicated work of all La Mirada special education staff. And every district employee who serves our students with care and professionalism. The board has grave concern that trustee Peraza's statements were made without any regard to the outcome of the district's investigations into the complaints. The mere fact that a complaint is filed does not deem the allegations therein to be true. Her statements reflected negativity on the integrity and professionalism of educators without evidence or due process. We recognize that trustee Peraza's comments may have caused undue concern and distress for our staff members who are dedicated professionals and human beings deserving of respect and dignity. To that end, I want to again reiterate our support and sincere appreciation to all the hard work of La Mirada Special Education staff and the entire staff of the San Ysidro School District. Well, that said, I took notes today about what I wanted to say because I don't know, I guess almost turning 66. There's truth in forgetting things. And so I want to make sure that I don't forget some important things I really want to share with you. And so with that said, we close the 2024-2025 school year. It's incredible. I'd like to thank our school community in its entirety, the staff for your relentless dedication, our administrators at each school site, our support staff, our cabinet, but most of all, our students. Because we talk about our focus, it should be the children. And that's what we intend to continue doing. Our children are our most prized possession and that we are all here for them, no doubt. And their families for supporting their children to truly transcend as they grew one more year as learners at our district. I want to congratulate everyone for always giving of yourselves unconditionally to make San Ysidro continue as an exemplary community where we undoubtedly know that all we do and are is for the best interest of our children. Thank you, Mr. Bandy, for your leadership at Sunset as we visited your school. With only 8 days left of school, yet the classroom environments reflected 100% engagement and commitment as if it were the first week of school. Yes. Thank you to your entire school staff and your entire school staff. And we'd like to wish all our retirees, one is still sitting here with us. I bet your heart is beating. My favorite. Best in your next chapter, thank you for your selfless dedication to our school district. You will forever leave a mark. Know how much you'll be missed as we wish you all our retirees of opportunities to transcend into paths that would bring them happiness, relaxation, peace. You all hear that? It's all coming to you soon too. And I ask that you all do us in your hearts. So we have another retiree here, Ms. Garcia. Welcome. I'd like to acknowledge the Women's Club for all the scholarships granted to the many students who received them this past week at San Ysidro High School. And I was fortunate to read some of the applications for the incentive scholarships given to our students at Vista del Mar and SIM. So we'd like to thank you for that. The students will be then using these scholarships to assist them in some of the costs as they transcend to their selected colleges, universities, and even MIT. Know the family very well at MIT recipients. It's amazing. And they might just see the schools here with us. Also, thank you, and thank you for those incentives. I mean, the Women's Club, I just joined recently, but I've always been kind of in and out, and it's just amazing. And we read all of the applications. Saturday was raining with thunder and lightning, and those folks were saying, "Give it to them, give it to them." And it was just a reflection of really how hard our children work and the commitment of an organization who truly also always has the best interest of children. And so thank you to the Women's Club. Your generosity speaks volumes of the great organization that you are in our community. So have a wonderful, well-deserved summer break, everybody. You refresh. We couldn't have accomplished everything we did without the commitment that you all contribute as a team in our district. All the accolades that were received this year and many years back, we couldn't have done them without all the hard work of everybody. So I thank you, and we look forward to, we're gonna have another word next year, but this year, as we transcend forward, always keep the children in mind. And we need to restore the image of our community, no matter what. Social media can be good, but it can be very bad. So we need to prove the negative social posts out there and show everybody who we are, who we've always been. And it takes community people like Olga and all the people who work together behind the scenes sometimes, because we don't see it, but we know it and we feel it. So we thank you very much. And again, thanks to each and every one of you that are here right now. We wish you the best this summer. And I know you're all looking forward to your new group of students as they will come back to school. Ready? Because they're going to get bored for 6 weeks. I know now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, and also, it's inspiring always to hear how you take care of our family in San Ysidro. And you nurture us and you grow us. And I really sincerely appreciate your leadership.
And a shout out to Sci-Fi. I see the team over there. Right there.
You know, I had a moment this weekend to pause and think about the fact that the journey we've gone on for the last 7 years has truly been a remarkable journey, much like the metamorphosis of a butterfly. Yes, right, from caterpillar to butterfly. And indeed, our district has gone from caterpillar to butterfly. And I'm so incredibly proud of us to think that at one time in 2018, I was waiting where all of our awards were, because I was walking and visiting all the schools back in 2018, and I could see the amazing teaching by our teachers. I could see the amazing programs that were helping me, and I thought, my goodness, we are a remarkable learning community, and we should be recognized for all of those wonderful things. And so 2018, fast forward to today, 2025, in 7 short years, a mighty district as ours with only 7 schools, just this 1 year, won more awards than any district I know in the state of California. Yes. I have never seen a district win And I will tell you, approximately 20 awards in a single year. Talk about competing at a mighty level for our students.
Yes.
We are now known, the butterfly that we are, and the united, amazing family that we are, nationally, statewide, and countywide, as the little district that could.
Yes.
We sure are. And I say we're the most majestic, beautiful butterfly. So I'm going to tell you just a few of the awards because I know we have 2 presentations tonight, so I have to hurry up. So just a couple of the awards. My gosh, this mighty sci-fi team sitting to my left for 5. What's it out of the park? Go sci-fi team, the Inspire Award, Classroom of the Future. Unbelievable. And it was for their STEAM program with our special education students. Way to go, sci-fi. Also, we won the district award and innovative superintendent award. We won the director of education technology award, top 10 nominated. We didn't pass 1, we didn't pass 2, we passed 3 general obligation bonds in 1 election, November 20. Called me and said, San Ysidro passed 3 GO bonds in 1 election. I said, were we the only one that did that in 1,000 districts in the state? Said, yes, you were. Yeah. That's San Ysidro, and that's community support for our school district because the voting rate in our district was unbelievable. Now, you can't talk about wins without talking about the kids. Vista Del Mar Middle baseball team went to the playoffs. Yeah. Vista Del Mar Middle School 7th grade girls volleyball won the Pacific League Championship. Vista Del Mar Middle School with the amazing Coach Kempe sitting right in front of me. So many wins in the future about today. Way to go, you know. Yeah, and I didn't even know it. Her own child ran track in college, Occidental. What are the other wins? We had the Vista Del Mar Middle School student Shaville Echo won the girls 100-meter Metro League track and field. You get it right? We had about 20 spelling bee winners. Our very own Terry Williams standing in the back there, Mr. Williams. Classified employee, he's nominated for the countywide classified employee. Ocean View Hills Elementary School, that safety patrol, oh my goodness. Won the Southern Division Safety Patrol of the Year for the 5th year in a row, and 2nd place overall in San Diego County. Go, and that 5th grade student that won the Lieutenant Colonel. Oh my gosh, first time in the history of San Ysidro School District. I can't even spell Colonel. There's an L in it. D-O-L-O-N-E-L. Hard. All right. Moving on. Anna Bush, Child Nutrition Services, completed the Chef and Institute. She was one of California. Can't do a shout out for employees without shouting out to our Teacher of the Year for the district, Ms. Callie. Yeah.
Gotta do a shout out to that child nutrition department. They won the 2000, this year's Turnip the Beat Award. I think for excellence in their summer meal program. Yeah. Two of our teachers, Jedzita, we call her Miss Jen, Karen, and Stephanie Wooden from the preschool were nominated by the San Diego County Office of Education at the 5th Annual School Social Worker Award. Yeah. Then our own teacher, Marta Vasquez, won the 3rd grade. She's a 3rd grade dual language teacher at Ocean View Hills. She was awarded the Champion in Biliteracy Award by the San Diego County Office of Ed at the 24th Annual San Diego Leadership in Biliteracy Symposium. Now, this one's going to take me a quick minute. This is the San Diego Taxpayers Association gave a perfect score to Miss Marilyn. We were only one of 5 school districts to get an A+ on the school bond transparency report card reported out at the San Diego Union Tribune. Then I said, wait a minute, Miss Marilyn, earlier today, didn't you get like an A a few years in a row? She goes, oh yeah, you got an A 4 years in a row. But she only got an A+ 2 years. 2 years. Last year. And you sure this year. I need more. Give her time. Our preschool teacher, Melissa Hendrick, she was recognized by the South County SELPA, Special Education Local Plan Area, at their 17th annual award ceremony. Vista Del Mar Middle School just was named an Avid Certified Site. Thank you, Coach. Director of Special Education, Mr. Madera, he won the Special Education Administrator of the Year Award for his counties. San Ysidro Education Collaborative, they won the Community Partner Award. Oh my goodness, we also won the State Partners Award for the whole state of California for Sci-Fi Program and the Fleet Science Center. Yeah. Oh, we had a famous speaker come speak in our district, Ale Velasco. Thank you, Madam President. Brought her from Mexico. Oh, was she inspirational? Learned all about parenting skills. I did too. Thank you. Ocean View Hills was selected for the California Honor Roll, California's top performing school. Wow. Board President Zenaida Rosario was elected to the California State School Boards Association Delegate Assembly. And then the final award I'll shout out before I talk about two last things tonight, is that we won the California School Boards Association Golden Bell Award. English Language Arts Program. Way to go, San Ysidro. Talk about, that's like a home run times 100 in a single year. We have so much to be proud of. Now I'm going to switch a little because I don't know any district that won that many awards or that many GO bonds or was in the newspaper for that many good things for 1 year. I'm going to switch back to Miss Marilyn, our CBO of the business team again, because she's got a great slide tonight, but you know, there's so many slides we might miss it. So I'm going to talk about this one slide that she's going to share. And really it's about the fiscal stability and the responsible financial management of our district, because I'm so proud of us. I'm so proud that not only did the business team get 4 A's in a row from the San Diego Taxpayers Association for bond transparency report cards, But I'm also proud because a district our size almost never gets an A in the Moody's credit report rating. And they've earned an A 3 years in a row. And that's really, really hard to do for a district our size. Usually a district our size will get an E rating from Moody's, but we have an A rating 3 years in a row. I also want to share that every year, all public school districts are required to do external audit. Meaning an auditor from the outside comes for like 5 months every year and audits everything, every single fund, every single account, every resource code, thousands and thousands of pages of audits. And I'm so proud of us because the last 3 years in a row, we've had no financial audits, which means it was a perfect audit.
Yes.
For our budget. Thank you for business. 4 years in a row, we've had no financial audit findings for the GO bonds. That's 4 years in a row, which means perfect financial audits for the GO bonds. Give them a clap. For last one, Marilyn. She's now looking down, which is like completely. For 5 years in a row, the business team and this board has earned 5 positive budget certifications for 5 years in a row. And I'm so proud. That's very, very hard to do in the middle of the Great Recession, in the middle of the economy today. It's very hard to do. So I thank this board and I thank the business team and I thank everybody in the room because we've been very frugal for a long time. And that's hard to do, right? Thank you so much for that fiscal stability and for the success that we're seeing on all of these evidentiary markers for our district. So final applause for that. There's no better thing in our district than the children that we serve and the families that we serve. There are our center, they're our compass, they're who we give our heart to each and every day. And I see each and every one of you and our board give our hearts all the time, every single day to the students that we serve and the families that they come from. And I want to thank you for an awesome school year. And I want to thank you for being the educators that you are. And I want to tell you, we're ending this year on a high because we've done a remarkable job. I also want to share with you, next week is our last day of school on Wednesday for our children. And next Monday to Wednesday, we have almost 30 promotion ceremonies for preschool children, for kindergarten children, 5th grade, 6th grade, and 8th grade students. And everybody here will be working so hard to make these promotion ceremonies the most wonderful thing for our students and for their families. So to an amazing year, to a family in San Ysidro that I love, and to that I know that we all are unified and we're together as a team. Thank you for being who you are, and thank you for giving your hearts and your passion to the students that we serve. Thank you so much.
Say that I can't ignore a very important person standing in the doorway over there, Natasha. She attends almost every board meeting. She is already a leader, and I know she is going to be a board member. And she is really, really very dedicated to the meeting. Thank you. Yes, now we will move to 12 conference session reports and presentations. I would like to call up our coordinator of federal and state program and language acquisition, Maria Connie Rodriguez. Manuel Maryland. Present the annual update for the 2025-2026 proposed global control accountability plan, as we all know, LCAP. Thank you. Good evening for all those who I know you have to.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Potter. If I seem loopy, it is 9 o'clock, I'm just kidding. Should be in bed by this time. Before we start our presentation, I just want to thank Mr. Bojorquez and Marilyn, our team here, for really supporting the annual update, the LCAP, throughout the entire school year, and having those conversations really has helped. I know Mr. Bojorquez and I are learning, we're still new to this position, so thank you for your leadership, Ms. Marilyn. Thank you. Okay. So what is the LCAP? Each school district shall adopt a research-based LCAP using a template adopted by the state. This is our ed code 52060. And it is written as a 3-year cycle with annual reviews and updates every single year. So we just finished our year 1. So we are looking at what we did for year 1 and just to write a new LCAP for the 25-26 school year. So we also consult all our educational partners for suggestions, and we provide accountability and transparency through data. These are our LCFS priority areas. As we develop our LCAP, we need to speak about our basic services, our implementation of state standards, our course access, our foster youth, parent involvement, student engagement, school climate, and student achievement, and student outcomes. These are the things that we have to speak of as we develop our LCAP. And we have to call them out exactly like that in the LCAP. So we have multiple measures. These are our growth indicators, how we measure just the indicators I spoke about. We use of course, our SBAC data, our CASP SBAC data for ELA and math, our LPAC, and our ELPI, which is our English Learner Progress Indicator. We use that as well as academic indicators. We have our suspension rates, our student attendance percentages, where we measure our chronic absenteeism. All this we can find on on the California dashboard under San Ysidro School District. We have local measures as well, where we have common district benchmark assessments, kinder through 8th grade for ELA and math. We have a referral and suspension data to guide that suspension rate. It goes hand in hand. Our student attendance, where we monitor and look at chronic absenteeism. And our social and emotional, where we look at our California Healthy Kids Survey, and My Savers, which measures, gives us an insight on where our students are in terms of tiers of intervention. So these are the systems that we use locally, internally here at our district. And they're also mentioned in our LCAP, excuse me. So how do we gather feedback from our educational partners? We send out surveys. We have a district parent advisory committee. We have a district English learner advisory committee. We have administration committees, administrator meetings, meetings with our bargaining teams, SYEA and CSEA. We have parent and community meetings at schools. We have school-based meetings as well, such as coffees with the principal. We attend ELAC meetings, which are English Learner Advisory Committees. We attend our school site council meetings, the SSC. And we also go out to staff meetings to talk to our teachers and site staff about what is the LCAP and why we need their feedback to drive the LCAP, right? Student council, we speak to students. It's super important for their feedback as well. And school representatives, because some schools don't have student councils, but they do have student school representatives that also Dr. Potter meets with them, and they talk about what they want for their schools, which is super important. We also meet with our special education local plan area, our SELPA, that gives us some feedback about our LCAP. So like I mentioned before, our LCAP is a 3-year cycle and we are finishing year 1. And we align it to our mission and our vision, right? This is our commitment as a district to provide each of our students a supportive learning environment for all our students to be successful. And we have 3 goals: student achievement, which is our English language arts, math, and our English learner progress, our school culture, climate, and student well-being, and our parent engagement. Our goal number 1 is around student achievement, and this was the educational partner feedback and the themes that emerged from their feedback. So we sent out surveys and we talked about, give us your 3 top choices of things that we are doing here that you think that are going really well. So our partners told us that we need to continue access to technology for teachers and students, that we need to continue expanding our learning opportunities, and to continue college and career readiness skills. Other things that were chosen that were kind of up there that were trends as well were continue intervention programs, continue with dual language and academic language support programs, and continue with professional development for our staff. Those are very close there, but I asked them to only choose their top 3. So I wanted to give you the top 3, but I also wanted to mention which ones were close. Some suggestions that we had, because we also had an open-ended question. What do you think we need to, what is something that the feedback that you like to give us around these choices? And they talked about tutoring, to expand summer school, create a homework club or have homework clubs, school sites. Maybe a math intervention teacher instead of an ELA teacher, or both. Accelerating enrichment opportunities for students performing above grade level, more STEM programs, community partnerships and family engagement, professional development, and the whole child support, to look at the whole child and what is needed. These are some of the highlights from our student achievement, and if I know the LCAP is a 100-page document, so I know it's there's a lot of information. So our goal 1 is around the enhancement of student achievement across all demographics. We focus on accelerating the learning for our English learners and students with disabilities, but it includes all learners, right? And their academic sufficient outcomes to ensure access to the Common Core standards. So some of the highlights are, of course, our Common Core assessment matrix, our instructional design, our learning walks, data reflection sessions that I heard a lot of our board members mention. Those are really big highlights, and they are mentioned in our LCAP, and planning time. Professional development and coaching around universal design, our English language development, and inclusion for all our staff members. That has also been a highlight in our LCAP. College and career readiness skills. We have our AVID program. We have our sci-fi team. We have the Achieve 3000, where students get identified to be college and career ready. So those are all highlights. Intervention programs and expanded learning opportunities for our students. We have continued to monitor our English learner progress. We are right there with the state of California on English learner progress. So I think that's something really, really amazing. Our LTEL, we had LTEL empathy interviews where we spoke to students about what they think about language and the English language, the reading, the writing piece. It was pretty interesting. And the teacher listening circles that of those students that they serve, which was also very powerful. And they talked about how they want to improve to make their experience better. So here are some actions that Ms. Adrianson will speak to.
Thank you, Ms. Connie. And I also want to thank Ms. Connie for taking the lead in this LCAP and taking ownership since last year. I know it wasn't an easy task, but I go, Ms. Connie, got this. Ms. Connie. Ms. Connie, got this. Here, you got this. So we wanted to point out some of the main action under goal 1. So the first one, we spent $38 million, and this is the main budget here. All the teachers, classified staff,
instructional programs, administrators. They reside in this first action. The small group instruction, this is the support from our instructional aides. So this are special ed instructional aides, our instructional aides in the classrooms. And that's pretty much it. It's a small group instruction, and they assist with the things happening in the classroom. And then the last one we wanted to point out, of 4.5 million, is our dual language program. So you can see the note there and the information, and that's our dual language program. Thank you, Marilyn.
So our second goal is revolves around school culture, climate, and student well-being. And this is the educational partner feedback. And they would like for us to continue expanding learning opportunities, continue professional learning for staff, continue social emotional instructional activities. And some of them that were really close were continue community school services and continue with the universal screener, the My Savers. They feel that data is very important because even though sometimes it does fluctuate, it does give us where our students lie within the tiers of intervention. So that's super important, so that way we can provide them services. Some of the suggestions were to increase supervision and drop-offs and pickups, to review annual notification and parent handbook regarding discipline policies, mental health and emotional support from counselors and social workers, and provide learning opportunities for parents around mental health and well-being. So these were some of the feedback that was gathered and suggestions that came from that. So these were some of the highlights, and I really want to highlight not just the goal 2, but I think the impact that it's having on our students and how safe they feel talking about how they feel. It is so important for us as educators, because if our students don't feel well, they will not learn. And that is so valuable. So when we first started this multi-tiered supportive systems of support, we were, is Denise in here? I think we were in the 60th percentile in tier 1. Tier 1 is a low risk where all our students should, our goal is to be as close to 80% as possible. So we have grown in the 3 years that we've had this up to 73%, which is huge. And I want to give a big shout out to our special ed department, our resource teachers, our instructional aides, everyone that supports our multi-tiered supportive systems of support to support our students' social and emotional well-being. So thank you, everyone. We are, some risk is at 24%, and we have only 3% at high risk, and that is district-wide. And those students are attended to, our social workers, they have one-on-one services with them, whatever it is that they need, we create plans for that 3%. So that professional development around our positive behavior intervention supports has been a crucial part to that. Restorative justices and social and emotional learning as well. The implementation of second step and our team of from South Bay Community Services, Screening to Care, that goes to every single school site to support that second step, social and emotional learning and inclusion. Our after school, VAPA, STEM, sports, extended learning, all of that has really helped our social and emotional students. I mean, you've seen all the kids that got recognized, and those kids are confident. They're just glowing, you can tell. They were out there taking pictures with their parents, and they were just so full of energy. So also summer intervention programs for elementary and middle school is also a big highlight. So shout out to them as well. Some of the expenditures for this action, Ms. Marilyn.
I love the introduction. So the first line, attendance initiative support, and this is the budget for the outreach consultants. Originally, we budgeted the 3-year program at 1.5 million, and the estimated actuals are reaching closer to 650,000. It's a 3-year program, and that's why the original budget was 1.5 for the outreach consultants. The next one is the mental health support, and these are the social workers. So we budgeted $375,000 and it's coming in closer at $376,000. The multi-tier systems of support, it's the MTSS program that's happening in the classroom and school-wide. So we're coming closer at $1 million, and the last one's a universal screener support, and that's the My Savers program at $50,000.
Thank you, Ms. Marilyn. So our goal 3 is revolves around parent involvement, and these are some of the top 3 choices, and something else that came in like closely. So they want us to continue learning opportunities for parents on topics to support families and educational processes with educational processes, I'm sorry, and continue topics particular to the needs of specific student groups. Continue parent communication strategies, emails, phone calls, flyers, texts, etc. And continue to provide interpretation or translation as appropriate. These are some of the top choices. Some suggestions were frequent communication, information about academic standards, assignments, and school activities, and parent classes focus on learning strategies and special education. These are some of the highlights for parent engagement. We had some district parent events with quite a bit of attendees to these events, district-wide. These are all our schools. Our Family First Fair, we had about 450 attendees. Our back-to-school nights, all across the district, we had 1,715 attendees. Our Title I parent meetings for all schools were 1,159 attendees. Open house, 1,376 attendees. Our STEM fair, 2,500 attendees. Our Parent Institute for Quality Education, our PIQE, we had over 120 parents graduate from those programs at all school sites. And our famous guest speaker, Ale Velasco, came to Ocean View Hills. I apologize, I don't have the numbers for that, but I know it was packed. And English classes in partnership with Southwestern College here at the district office was offered in the fall and the spring. So those are some highlights for our parent engagement. So these are some of the expenditures for that action.
So for the first one, did I do something?
I did.
We budgeted 125,800 and it's coming closer to 100,000, and that's for all of the events. Some of the events that Ms. Connie just talked about. The parent and community relations support, estimated actuals at 170,000, and our translation support from our interpreters, $309,400.
So just to focus us on the LCAP and our data and research and our next steps. I want our board to know that we are going to align our local assessments to CASP and the district-wide implementation of online CASP practice tests and resources. That's some of our next steps. We are going to provide professional development around our instructional design. Even though we've had our instructional design, we want to make sure that we have a lot of new teachers coming in, a lot of new administrators, that everyone is completely familiar with our instructional design for both elementary and middle school around language arts and math. Any questions, anything that teachers might have questions about? I always say, and I've said this before and I'm going to say it again, our profession is very much like doctors. We always have to keep up with what's new and just remind ourselves of what we need to do inside the classroom. We are gonna support our targeted attendance recovery programs. We're gonna implement writing as an instructional program. Even though writing is part of our instructional program, we're just gonna make sure that we keep implementing and looking for those results. And professional development around structured ELD to support our English learners and long-term English learners.
One thing, thank you. Thank you for the hard work. There's a lot of planning. I'm fortunate to come into the Education Service Department and working with Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Ramos, and our resource teachers and administrative support. I'm looking forward to next year. I'm looking forward to being more inclusive into the schools, being more present, because we need to provide support to our principals and teachers in order to better serve our students. So that's one of the focus that we're going, moving forward. And the last slide that Ms. Rodriguez presented is our guidance from our superintendent, from our cabinet, as we are moving forward into making those necessary changes. I want to thank you for the support and the trust placed on the department. We understand and acknowledge the huge responsibility that we have. I want to thank you. Thank you, Ms. Adrianson, you know, for making it an enjoyable time at Educational Services and your support. And saying yes when I ask for more resources. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lot of hard work and we really appreciate it and we look forward to next year.
Thank you.
And I know some of you look forward to going home and going to bed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
I do have some questions, not a lot of time. And when you say that we gather also information from SELPA, what type of information, how does that look like?
They sit down with me and go over the same goals that I just presented to you.
And there's no CAC feedback? The advisory committee from
CAC.
SELPA, the CAC.
We don't associate with, I associate with the SELPA, yes.
And they don't let you know that the AC was involved in any of these goals?
No.
Got it.
Maybe we should. I never dealt with that. Let's watch.
Our the AC representative from here is Jacqueline Chan.
Yes.
Have you heard of her?
Yes.
Does she perhaps provide any feedback also? No,
As a parent, I'm sure,
as the CAC representative?
no.
Okay.
The education code in the state of California for the local control accountability plan, the LCAP, it clearly defines who they need as an educational partner. So could you share ed code? Who is an educational partner that we consult with?
For the ed code, our educational partner is our local SELPA.
Yeah, and CAC is part of SELPA, that's what I'm asking. But anyways, that's it.
So the CEC is the parent division of the SELPA.
Parent
And-
teachers too, sorry.
Thank you. And what our board members wondering is if we've asked the CAC. So the CAC is a representative from all of the districts within our SELPA. We are the South County districts, and there are 5 or 6 of us. So I can understand maybe pulling into the parent group, the CAC representative in the future. Our parent representative.
Understood.
Yeah, and we also have a few teacher representatives.
Right.
I think we have one general ed teacher,
Yeah.
one special education teacher, and one parent.
Yes.
And so those are the 3 representatives we're allowed to have on the CAC via the SELPA.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Right, and yeah, SELPA
What
is.
your
supposed to
suggestion is.
Receive feedback from them as well. That's why I was asking if they provide that information to you. Okay, and for when you said that, I'm very glad that we have very low hybrid students in our district. But I just wanted to know, does this provide, when we provide the support to these, students, does this provide also when, for any bullying issues that the student might be receiving, might be having at school?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, when you mentioned that we have outreach consultants, do you know how many we have in the district?
We have 6.
6, one for each school?
We have 6 with. We have South Bay Community Services in
South Bay
one.
Community Services was providing services
Yeah,
as
on
well.
one of them.
Yes.
And, I heard it's great for our district. It has shown very great results. Okay. Well, it will be great if we can consider, an outreach consultant for each school. I'm not sure if we have them for each school, but it will be good to note that for the next year. And, one other thing. Also, okay, so for parent engagement,
Yes, ma'am.
I was very happy to see that we have so many attendees to all of these events. So we know that parents are there, they're out there. We just need to pull them a little bit more, I guess. I guess my only question is, do we have any updates on PTAs for schools? I know some parents for different schools have tried to open the PTAs, I'm not sure what happened.
PTA is not something that I look under the local
Not on the
control
goals.
accountability. No, that is not.
Okay. Got it. And the thing is free, so we're not costly for that. And that was it. Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly thank you for your hard work, for staying here so late, for not falling asleep, so I appreciate it.
No, fine.
I just have one quick question.
Yes, yes.
On page 12, the estimated actuals are actually significantly lower than the budgeted expenditure. And the question there is, you also briefly mentioned that some of the budgeting was for 3 years.
This one was for 3 years for the outreach consultant at the time when we created the LCAP, which was from last year, right? The actual total was less than what's because they received salary increases between last year and this year.
Got it. So they're both budgeted for 3 years. The 650 is also 3 years.
No, this is the estimated actuals, what we think will end up at the June 30th. Yeah.
For
one year, for 1 year. That's the 1 year amount is 650,000.
3 years.
The larger amount, 1.5 million, is a 3 year.
3 years.
Got it. So
Yeah.
it's not actually reflecting a savings there.
No,
Got it.
no.
Okay.
No.
That was it. You should have just said no savings.
Savings.
Yeah.
That would have been nice.
Oh, you're welcome.
Miss Marion, I suppose you can't leave, right?
No.
Not yet.
No.
We're just switching.
With the 2025-2026 proposed budget, now presented by the one and only.
Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Rosario, members of the board, Dr. Carter, and community. Tonight, the business department will present the 25-26 proposed budget. The proposed budget is based on the governor's May revision, which was released in May 2025. Just wanted to give some summary slides on the May revision. The state is proposing, in the proposal, they project $12 billion deficit for 25-26. It is due to revenue collections sharply down. They're not receiving what they originally projected. And some major cost pressures are from Medi-Cal and social services. This is a kind of a history of Prop 98, which is the education budget for the state, guarantee levels. For 23-24, they suspended Proposition 98. In the current fiscal year, the estimate is at $118.9 billion. The proposal projects a decline in Proposition 98 of approximately $114.6 billion, and that's a loss of about $4.6 billion. When we calculate it for our district, if this actually comes to be, it's estimated loss of $3 million. So the COLA will be funded at 2.3% for LCFF and other programs, and that does not include our state preschool program.
And Marilyn, for that estimated decline, is that essentially state revenue, right? It's not nothing to do with the federal government?
State revenue,
Got it.
yes. So it's the three state revenue, property tax.
Yep.
Yeah, all of that, state sales tax and commercial tax. Additional fiscal risk and considerations for 24-25. The guarantee is below what they originally estimated by $1.3 billion for this current fiscal year. It's coming in, revenue's coming in even lower. They anticipate deferrals of $1.8 billion, pushed from June to July of 2026. When this happens, it may cause a cash flow crisis. If we don't have enough cash, actual cash, then we may need to borrow through a trans, which is a debt tool. It's a tax revenue anticipation notes, which we need to pay back, or a TTF, which is a temporary transfer of funds. And that's borrowing from our future property tax. So you may have heard that before. Prop 98 state reserve at the state level is fully depleted. So that's the reserve at this position 98. On the federal side, for the 2026 education budget proposal, they are looking at a 15.3% cut to U.S. Department of Education. They're proposing to still maintain the Title I and IDEA funding levels. So that I have built into our proposed budget, but the other programs I did not build in. So Title II, Title III, and Title IV are not included in our proposed budget. The 20 billion school choice proposal, they're talking about that at the federal level. Then we have some charter school programs. They're planning to eliminate Title III and migrant education. And for Title III, we receive close to $300,000 every year, so they'll eliminate that. And that goes towards our limited English proficiency student. So those are targeted funding that follows the LEP student. And then it says budget proposal subject to congressional approval and filibuster. So this chart represents the potential loss in federal funding. So we have our national school lunch program, and we currently fall under and applied for and were approved for the Community Eligibility Program, CEP, and that's where all of our children are eating for free. So even our paid children are eating for free. So if that happens, we will need to revert back to the old days when we had the meal application and they have the different categories. So. Yeah.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
But we do have the budget from the state, right? For the meals?
Yes, but the reimbursement rate is really low. I don't know the exact rate, but I believe it's under $1. I don't have that, but I know it's much lower than the federal program for each meal reimbursed. Then we have the Title II there. we can lose about 160,000. And Title II is for our professional development of our teachers, and our principals. So we would lose 160,000. Title III, I mentioned earlier, 300,000, and Title IV, we would lose 100,000, and this is for academic enrichment, so we can buy our technology. Field trips can be charged here, for those type of things. The district, we have, these are all our funds. We have 19 fund codes, so we can see here, we have created the new geo bond measure KK, LL, and MM. Each one has to have its own fund code because the activities need to be tracked separately. We have 19. And then we have 8 object code categories, and these all align with the California School Accounting Manual. And all school districts need to follow the accounting manual, which is state adopted. And most of our district operating expenses fall under Fund 1. We have 26 site and department codes. We have set aside the 500 series for salaries and benefits and the 300 series for construction projects. So we're able to run reports easily. The projected revenues for next year, 76.8 million. And you can see LCFF is our primary funding source at 76% of total revenue. So that's, if the COLA is too low, then it affects our LCFF. Federal revenue, 3%, state revenue, 15%, and local revenue, 6%. For projected expenditures, we estimate 76.6 million, and salary and benefit costs makes up about 78% of the general fund overall budget. This is a really bare bones budget. Honestly, I mean, there's no cushion, it's all there. Our multi-year projection, what's not shown here is the projection for this current fiscal year. So where we are right now, we may see some overspending for this current fiscal year. And it might fall into our 3% required reserve. So just kind of a heads up. I wanted to let you know that. We're still closing the books. We still have this month. We have to close the books, so we won't know until September for unaudited actuals where we land. So this will require a budget reduction plan for 26-27. And we will need to adopt we will need to present and have action as an action item during our first interim budget in December of 2025. We're still determining the dollar amount for that. And what is not included in this budget, as I mentioned earlier, Title II, Title III, and Title IV are not included in this proposed budget. What I did include in this budget is a portion of the proposal from the governor of the one-time discretionary block grant. That's why we're able to see that we are meeting the reserve because of that one-time discretionary block grant. But when that goes away, then all of those expenses fall into the general fund. These are the planning factors, this chart. The COLA for next year, 2.30%, 26-27, 3.02%, and 27-28, 3.42%. The STRS employer rates remain the same at 19.10%. PERS employer rates for our pension, you can see there continues to grow. And then we have some lottery rates, and we are required to set aside a 3% of operating budget for routine restricted maintenance. This chart represents the budget revenue assumptions. COLA at 2.30, lottery rates 191 unrestricted, $82 for ADA restricted. We do project a slight decline in enrollment of 69 students for next year, or 1.77%. Special education costs continue to rise, so the budget is set at $15.1 million. We anticipate revenue from federal and state at $5.8 million and a general fund contribution at $9.3 million. We continue to increase the budget by about $500,000 per year for special ed. Here are some budget expenditure assumptions, a 2% step. This is just a natural step in column movement from one year to the next, 2%, and that's the average of about $1.14 million. So we can, that's the cost for 2%. We have our statutory benefit rates, unemployment rate, the pay-as-you-go amount for retired employees' health benefits, and this is the other post-employment benefits. And the actuarial liability is $16 million, but we pay the pay-as-you-go. Substitute teacher rate, $200 per day. Operating costs at 1.9 million, so this is our utilities. And routine restricted maintenance at 2.9 million, and then you have some indirect cost rates. So we want to thank the board for being fiscally responsible for approving the 25-26 budget reduction plan. We will need a budget reduction plan for 26-27 at first interim. This is the budget development timeline for the following fiscal year, 26-27. And you can see all of those. I'm very familiar with those. And this chart is the chart that Dr. Potter read earlier. The current history and fiscal stability and responsible financial management for the past 5 to 7 years. You can see the A grades for the bond transparency report cards. And I honestly need to thank Ms. Pat Haro. She keeps us very organized with all of the reports, and the taxpayer representative is able to go onto our website and just check off the rubric. So it's a 24 item rubric, and we have to make sure we have all the items on our website. So Ms. Pat is very organized. She keeps us in check, right, right, Dr. Enigan?
Oh, yeah.
The Moody's ratings, you can see we're now in the A's series. When we started, we were in the B series. We started with the negative outlook, and now we're at stable and positive. So I'm happy to report that. And all of our external auditors come here and they request for a lot of items, and I'm so happy. My team is remarkable. And that's it. My business team is remarkable, and my tech team is remarkable.
Marilyn, I do have, not necessarily a question, but a comment and recommendation. Obviously, the outlook overall, not just with our school district, but at the state level, looks pretty grim.
Yes.
I think that all school districts are facing the same thing we are.
Mhm.
Obviously, I think, and maybe I'm biased, but I feel that we're in a better position than other districts, because you look at other districts, they're doing layoffs and horrific things in terms of
Right.
really hurting staff overall. But I just wanted to let you know, I know we're going through a lot of stuff, and I know at the federal level, it's even worse. I don't know what we'll do if they cut the free school lunches. But what I can tell you this, many of our kids, the principals that are here, administrators that are here, teachers and classified that are here, you all know that this is the main lunch, the main food source for our students, many of our students. at a daily basis. A lot of them don't eat breakfast, a lot of them don't eat dinner, but they rely on having a free lunch, which has been, in my opinion, phenomenal. So the suggestion is, God forbid, we lose that funding. We need to find out another funding source to make sure that our kids keep eating, because I don't want to go back to where we were. Now, whether that's working with a nonprofit, whether that's thinking creatively, obviously, I know we're already tight as is, so we're definitely have to think out of the box. But we need to make sure that we're loud, that we identify the issue to the community, that we're gonna lose that, because that is outrageous, outrageous. And knowing our student population who depend on that meal, we need to figure out a way to make sure they keep that meal. That's really just my thought, and more than happy to meet later on.
Yeah.
I worked in a nonprofit for 11 years, and I worked for Congressman Vargas for the last 6 years. So I wanna make sure that, and I'm not mixing hats, but I just wanna make sure that, we're thinking creatively on how we make sure our students keep eating, especially their lunch. So that's it for me.
Thank you.
And just very quick, you said we did include the block grant, right, from the state?
I included a portion of the block grant in the governor's proposal, which was the discretionary block grant. I needed to use a portion of it to kind of make it positive.
Yeah.
So,
that's one of the
let's
things I
hope it-
learned From
Yeah.
the budget proposal workshop that.
Yes.
And also there's a thing called the equity multiplier.
Yes, we don't qualify for that.
No?
No, they calculate it for us and I check all the time on their website, but we don't qualify for that. Yeah, unfortunately.
And what about the rainy day fund?
The rainy day fund is at the state level. It's their rainy day fund, their reserve,
Oh, there.
their reserve, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and there was another one, oh, but it's for TK. The multilingual learner supplementary funding. That's what we're gonna, have you heard about that?
Yeah, I read about that one. I'll look into that one, multilingual.
Maybe that will help us with our multilingual language plan that we have right now. Okay. Yeah, just wanted to see if it was also on here. And I also heard that there was, school districts was receiving 3,000 more from the state level. That sounds.
Is that for the TK? Or is that for the multilingual?
I guess it's in general. It just says small, medium, large districts, so. I think we are receiving a little bit more.
Which slide is that? Or is that from the May revise?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, which slide is that?
The 47, I guess. But I'll send you a picture just so we can have it online too.
Is it on the school services slide?
There was on the workshop slide that they had.
Oh, okay. What slide is it? So I can look at it real quick.
47.
47.
The screenshot. Yeah. Just so you can know it. If there's something that we can have. It says this. Well, it says assistant support. Assistant support, school districts gets 3,000. Well, in our case, it's actually less because we're a small district, I think, right?
So it's 547?
Yes. I'm not sure.
This is for the county office.
Oh,
This is
okay.
at the San Diego County Office of Ed.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm talking about the governor's budget.
Yeah, this is for their budget at SDCOE.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll send you this one just so you can have it online. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
You're
Robert.
welcome.
13, general administration. We will now move on to general administration action items. 13.1 minutes, approve the minutes of the special board meeting of May 13, 2025.
So moved.
I second.
Is there any discussion, please?
No, yeah, go ahead.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Which one is this one? The minutes? Oh, for the minutes. Okay, yes, I think so. Yes? Yes. 5-0. 13.2, open public hearing for proposed local control accountability plan, LCAP, for the 2025-2026.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing.
I second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes 5-0. The public hearing is now open. Do we have any public comments or any comments from the board?
No comments from the public.
13.3, closed public hearings for proposed local control accountability for the 2025-2026 fiscal year.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
I second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 13.4, open public hearing for proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-2026.
So moved. I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing.
Seconded.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. The public hearing is now open. Do we have any public comments
No public comment.
or any comments from the board? So 13.5, closed public hearing for proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President, to close the public hearing.
I second. Do I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. General administration item 13.6 was pulled earlier today. Now we will move to consent calendar. All items appearing are adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion, unless a member of the board or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately.
So moved.
I second.
I have a question from what I motion on my, public comment. Is that taking consideration?
May I speak to it?
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Thank you, Council.
only action items on the agenda can be. Yeah, only action items on the agenda can be acted upon, and that item was not on the agenda, so that is not something that will be taken up.
Okay. The board members, the rest of the board members are able to make it an item in the agenda or not?
No, the Brown Act requires that any action item be placed on the agenda. You know, just the agenda 72 hours before the meeting, and that this wasn't you can't create an action item at the meeting. There's some, you know, that's part of the rule. So as far as you coming up with a motion outside of the agenda, that's not something that the board can take action on or discuss.
Can I propose it as an item for the next agenda? For the next meeting?
We can follow the process for that, yeah.
Is this, right now making the decision for board members to make a motion or an approval of the item in the agenda for the next meeting, is it possible?
Well, we're on the consent calendar, so we've got a motion and a second on the consent calendar. But you can file a request for an agenda item outside of the board meeting.
But not in the meeting.
No, not during the consent calendar.
When can I then?
Well, you brought it up during your comment, so I would just follow up with the board president, after the meeting.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you. Are there any polls?
No pulls from my end, Madam President.
Then from my end?
None for me.
I have two. It will be 14D.2. And 14D.4.
So we'll vote on the consent calendar, Madam President, for the exception of those two.
Two and
Yeah.
14D.
Yeah,
Thank you. Do I have a motion to? approve the
vote.
consent?
Could you vote?
A vote, yes. for the
Aye.
consent calendar.
Aye.
Aye. Did I?
Is it open to the, oh, yes, yeah.
Motion passes by all. And now we will go to the full items. We will now go to 14D.2.
Okay.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the amendment number one with Securitas Technology Corporation for temperature pros.
I'd like to second.
Now we can discuss.
Well, first of all, I want to mention something that I guess I never mentioned before. Every time that I pull out an item of the agenda, it's actually for us to discuss. I'm always the only one talking. So feel free to actually discuss it with me. And, so for this particular item in the agenda, do we all know how much we're paying for my rest of my fellow board members? And, Dr. Potter, should I ask you or who should I ask, questions?
Testing.
Yeah.
Board member Barata, the questions that you asked regarding 14D2, we're greatly appreciative that you emailed them in advance of the meeting. The staff were able to respond to your questions. And your questions were responded to for the full board. So the full board has access to the answers to your questions.
Okay, good, thank you. Well, for this one, then I'll just mention my concerns. So I will vote no on this item because the total amount over 61,000 include both equipment and maintenance, but we haven't been provided with a clear breakdown showing how those costs are divided or justified. That's one of the things I have, and I don't have the contract or the what it was provided in the material didn't have a lot of details like this. And there's no competitive bidding. I mean, even though this falls below the legal bidding threshold, I believe it's best practice to seek multiple quotes or bids when spending public funds, especially when it's over 60,000. Well, I don't know if this is a common thing, but there's the missing vendor signature. The amendment materials don't include a signature from the vendor. The board is being asked to approve an unsigned agreement, which raises questions about the process and accountability. And there's a clear need for equipment. There's no documentation or justification explaining why need temperature probes are needed. Are the current devices failing? Are there performance issues? So this contract lacks clarity, competitive bidding, and basic procedural of clarity. for those reasons, I cannot support this amendment. I'm voting no. What do you? You're welcome to.
Dr. Potter will take down your questions or your concerns. Okay.
Oh, yes, and by the way, Dr. Potter, can this be put it on record on the minutes? Can,
Meeting is being recorded, so it is on record.
yeah, I'm just saying in the minutes. In the proper way.
Board Member Caratha, we typically don't transcribe comments in the minutes. So that's not something our district does. It sounds as though you have an opinion regarding this contract. And the district would stand by that the contract is for the purpose of ensuring that our refrigerators at all of our schools are properly temperature, which is required for all school districts. So the district has met all of the requirements for both the child nutrition department, the state of California, and the food handling procedures. The district has also met all of the guidelines for the contract. So I hear your opinion.
Yes, but like I said, there's no renewal contract. We're relying on the contract from 2021, I believe. And we're just renewing the services without knowing if we actually need to renew any equipment. I understand that the maintenance of the equipment, I understand that part. But what does it need to be renewed? What's the new equipment that we need? I mean, that's the part of the lack of clarity, which is missing in the materials. And it's just this is the only thing that it's in. Material. And it only says has been their services include the installations, repairs, and monitoring of the security system. Okay, good, great, but which installations, which repairs? Do we need to repair everything? If you guys are not comfortable responding, that's really okay.
I don't recall those questions in advance of the board meeting, so it does appear that Dr. Iniguez feels comfortable answering some of your questions. We did provide the entirety of the board a copy of the original contract, which does have the scope of services. We also provided to the board a link to the amendment. Dr. Iniguez, did you want to share additional information?
No, I simply wanted to point out, and of course, I will answer anything else that you want me to say in addition to what I'm about to say, which is the temperature probes are for the freezers in particular, not necessarily out in the kitchen, but particularly the freezers. And the reason I say that is from time to time, we will have a power outage that's well beyond our control that happens in the city. I don't know, there's an accident and it takes down some power source. It's happened before. And so in that case, we have our food in there that we very, very much have to meticulously plan at least a week ahead of time. And if we don't get that alert, that's what those probes do. If we don't get that alert right away, where we have to come in on a Friday night, a Saturday, and believe me, it's happened a Sunday, that food will go bad. And then our kids will not be able to necessarily eat. And in addition to that, we would have to pay for the additional cost to feed our students. Those temperature probes are fickle in terms of how often they go out. Technology nowadays, I hate to say it, it's not our fault, but the technology nowadays is not what it used to be. And so we do have to replace them from time to time. This contract is not just a replacement of the parts as needed, but we are charged per services rendered. And so when we're charged for services rendered, there's a great amount of detail in exactly what it is that we're paying for. This doesn't mean that we're going to pay the full amount. It just means that the board here is allowing us, giving permission up to that amount as needed. Otherwise, what's going to happen is every single time something happens, we're not going to be able to act, and we're going to have to wait till the next board meeting in order to get approval in order to fix that freezer or that probe. And so I just want to reiterate, this is not a guaranteed amount, the contract amount. It's up to a certain amount so that we can, as a district, act and execute our day-to-day responsibilities to make sure everything in the district runs.
Thank you, Dr. Amos. I think you've answered at least the questions that I feel. I'd like to call the vote.
Thank you, Dr. Amos.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Aye.
No, we already did a motion second, we just vote.
Okay, aye.
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 No. 4-1. And the next item that was pulled was 14D.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President, to approve the amendment number 6 to the Michael Baker International Agreement for Mitigation Compliance Services for Vernal Pool. We need a second.
I'd like to second.
Okay. Well, thank you again for responding for all of the questions. I only have one more question, if that's okay, but if not, it's totally fine. My question is, so this is a contract we have been doing since 2020, I believe. And so we have reviewed this contract for 6 years, almost 6 years now. And so this is the 6th amendment. And I see the contract from the initial contract and now the amendment for today. But I'm missing the amendments, the number 2, 3, and 4, which was for the rest of the years, 2022 to 2024. Is all of those amendments included in the total amount we have paid to this company, this corporation, sorry? Okay.
Okay, so to answer your question, the total amount that I wrote in there is everything up to date, including all amendments. You know, with regard to I think you said 4 amendments that for whatever reason you don't have access to. I don't know if there's a technical issue with that in terms of allowing you access to that, but all of those amendments, thanks to Pat Carroll, are in one folder. So that link should take you to all of those. If for whatever reason that hyperlink that we put there is not taking you there, it could be a technical issue, but every single one of the amendments is on the other side of that link. Whereas the other link, separate from that, is the original contract.
And then total, you said 58,000 we have paid to this
Yes,
corporation?
yes, not 1 year, but since the original contract, including the amendments, yes.
Well, just for amendment number 4, I see we paid 61,000.
That's authorized amount, not necessarily services rendered or payment for services rendered. That's typical when a contract comes to the board, is we seek permission up to a certain amount in case it is needed. And so when that date essentially terminates of that amendment, which is a contract, we have to seek a renewal. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we use the entire amount. So the amount that I listed there, we double, triple checked with Pat that is the total amount paid.
Do we have those invoices?
I suppose we do. I don't see why not. We wouldn't have them. I mean, we keep.
Yes, because I was concerned the amendments. Well, I didn't see 3 amendments, but I did saw 2, and it was for a large quantity of money. So I was calculating 107 around there, and, with all these amendments, seems a little bit more. So it will be nice if we can be provided with this information before making a decision. But anyway. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, you can call for a vote. We already have a motion and a second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 No. 4-1.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to recess back in the closed session at 10:11. And we need a second and a vote.
I'd like to make a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Yes. I vote.
1. We are live.
It is 11:29, and we have one item to report in closed session.
Thank you, Madam President. The board voted in closed session to give notice to one certificated administrator that they will be reassigned to an alternate location or alternate locations. The vote was 5-0 in favor. The motion was made by trustee Martinez and seconded by trustee Arias. Thank you.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn our meeting at 11:29. You can call
All in favor?
them. Aye.
Aye.
All right, sorry.
Aye.
If my vocal cords don't work anymore.
Adjourned.